Lavender Song by Patricia Wood, with Andrew Wincott as David, Charles Simpson as Boy, and Bill Nye as Jimmy.
There. That's the last of the books from in here. Whew. Packing up at home. Well, you hear voices. Smell smells. See shadows in the corner. I wonder if anyone else will come here. Well, they'd want to live as remote as this with just a footpath through the woods to get to the village. It wouldn't do for old people. Suited our purposes. Nicely built. Flint. Of course, the new wing that was built on is brick. But it was well done. Made a lot of difference. It meant me and Tom had our own quarters away from the main part of the cottage. And we had the bells to summon us when necessary. Should I put the piano music in with the books? No. Separate, I reckon. The piano's still here. I wonder if she forgot about it. I better mention that when I write. It looks melancholy now. No curtains, nothing on the shelves. Still, we had some happy times here, and that's how I've got to remember it, with the lamps alight and the gramophone playing. I'll have to be careful packing these records. I don't want to break any. I'll leave them till last, I reckon. Oh, no. Oh, Lord, this one brings back memories. Hello. Thunder. Dark. Oh, Christ, it's got so dark.
Corporal!
Why doesn't he come?
Probably didn't hear.
Call him again, John. Call louder.
Corporal! Where are those damn lamps?
Here we are, sir. I've been seeing to the wicks. I noticed last night one of them was beginning to smell a bit. Here you are. There. That's better.
Yes, that's much better. Thank you, Jimmy.
I hope you're keeping a watch on the oil.
Yes, sir. We've still got plenty. I'll see we don't run out. I think you'd better have this garden door closed, sir. It's getting a bit dampish.
What was the noise, Jimmy? Just before you came in with the lamps?
A spot of thunder, sir. Nothing much. Over the other side of the downs. I shouldn't think we'll get it here.
Oh, Christ.
What about a drink before supper, sir? There's still plenty of beer in the barrel, nice and cool.
That's the ticket, beer. Right you are, Jimmy. 3 foaming tankards at the dump.
Just hold your horses. Everyone may not want beer. Now, what are you giving us for supper, Corporal?
Fish, sir. Dover sole.
Right, then we can't possibly drink beer. Bring in a bottle of Chablis, Corporal. We'll have that with the fish. We can do without a drink beforehand.
Well, I can't. I'm bloody thirsty. I want a beer. You'll join me, won't you, David?
I don't think so. Mustn't spoil the fish. I'm for a pink gin.
Good God.
Goes with anything, you know, gin does.
Bloody awful muck. 1 beer, Jimmy. Make it a large one and make it quick.
Quick it is, sir.
Quick it is. Can I get you something, John?
I've already made it quite clear that I shall wait for the wine.
Oh, don't be such a damn prick.
There's nothing priggish about doing the right thing. Just because we're stuck in this godforsaken hole doesn't give us an excuse to behave like animals.
Rubbish.
It isn't correct to drink beer with fish.
I'm not going to drink it with fish. I'm going to drink it before fish.
Before it or with it, it isn't correct. Suppose the flavour of the fish. And another thing. I think it's damn greedy always to want to drink before meals. What? You never seem to consider the cost.
Well, you're not paying for it. Mummy does the paying.
Exactly.
Perhaps I should pour my gin very, very carefully back into the bottle.
Your beer, sir.
Ah, nectar of the gods.
Where's my stick?
Here it is, sir.
I'm going outside for a smoke.
I'll give you a hand. Mind the piano stool, sir.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy.
He'll drive me mad.
Dear old Jimmy.
You know who I mean.
Try to be a bit more patient with him, boy. It can't be much fun being almost blind.
He's not almost blind. He's got one eye.
There are times when he can scarcely see out of it. Drink a beer and don't be peevish. I'm going to have another little gin while I've got the chance.
Have another big one. Have 2 or 3. I hope you won't let that mean devil upset you about the drink. My mother wants us to have everything possible. She'd be terribly upset if she thought John was harping on about the cost.
I know that. He doesn't upset me. I've known him for too long. Your mother's marvellous, including me in all this. A piano, too. So thoughtful about everything.
I wish she'd write.
She does. Every week.
And what I mean is I wish she'd answer my questions in her letters. About going home and that sort of thing.
We're all right here.
No, we're not all right here. I just don't see why we can't go home. It's getting on my nerves being stuck in this place. That's closer. Is it raining?
Doesn't seem to be.
It's worse when it doesn't rain. More dangerous, isn't it?
We're safe enough in here. I'll draw the curtain across the garden door.
Well, perhaps we ought to get John in.
I'll ask him. Oh, Jimmy. Is the Major still in the garden?
No, sir. I've just helped him upstairs to change for supper. I'll start laying if you don't mind, sir. I'm a bit behind there this evening.
It's closer, isn't it? The storm. Did you hear that last one, Jimmy?
It sounded about the same to me, sir. The sky's clear enough. It's a long way away. Drink up your beer, sir.
It's so bloody hot. Airless. If it's bad in the night, will you come down here with me, David?
Of course.
That's the ticket, sir. I'll leave the whiskey out and you can put on some of your records.
You better not play records in the middle of the night. Might wake the Major.
Oh, now drink it slow, sir. Here's your napkin. There, sir.
Oh, thank you. John won't sleep anyway if the storm's bad.
I shouldn't bother changing tonight if I were you, sir. It will give you a bit of a rush. And I'm expecting Drew back with the Evening Post. He's gone to fetch it.
The post, of course, it's Thursday. It is Thursdays I usually get a letter.
That's right, sir. Her ladyship usually writes it on Wednesday.
How long to supper, Jimmy?
About another 25 minutes, sir. I was put back a bit by seeing to the lamps.
Come on, boy. I think at least we'll put on ties. Otherwise we shall have to put up with John's sarcasm all through supper.
I want to wait down here for the post.
It will be a bit longer yet, sir. I expect Drew will come back with the road as far as Loddon's Wood and then take the footpath.
Oh, all right. But give me a call as soon as he comes.
I will, sir.
Gone up the change, have they?
Tom, where the hell have you been?
You keep your head on. I come in a few minutes ago, but I waited till I heard them go upstairs. Here's the little gentleman's precious letter. There's one in the kitchen for you. Looks like your old mum's right.
You stink of booze.
Stop for a glass of shandy. It's a long walk on out night.
There's more than shandy on your breath. You better suck a peppermint before serving. You know what a Major's like.
I know what he's like.
I wish you'd been quicker, Tom. There's been a rush on me own. You didn't do the lamps before you went. You know what time that takes. Give the plates a bit of a rub. This Mary.
Oh, Christ, I forgot the lamps. I hung about for that bloke who was going to bring us some eggs. They never come. Treat to get out.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to have a few hens ourselves. There's plenty of room. That old pheasant coop out the back, that might make a hen house.
You ever tasted pheasant?
I'll have a look at that coop in the morning. The shop eggs taste musty. You could fix that up, Tom.
You leave me out of all that. I can't stand hens. They give me the creep, stupid-looking buggers. Well, you think of a cock crowing all bleeding hours of the night. Oh, that would be popular with a gentleman, that would.
Don't do that, Tom. Breathing on the forks, it's not healthy.
Best polish in the world, that is. Hey, I bet there was bloody panic when they heard the thunder.
He's not too bad. The youngster was a bit upset.
He turns my bloody
You want to be a bit more careful. They notice. We don't want to lose these jobs.
Oh, don't worry, you won't lose yours. Yes, sir. No, sir. $3.
Cut it out! It's a decent job.
What?
We've already had 6 months' work.
Decent?
Yes, Tom, decent. Nice quarters, good food, all expenses covered. Look at the handout we get at the end.
If we get it.
We've got a contract, haven't we? Signed by a solicitor. Of course we'll get it.
Piece of paper, that's all.
I trust her anyway. I don't know what's the matter with you, Tom. Where else would we have got well-paid employment like this?
You trust anyone.
I'm sorry for her. And for them.
Can't stand that.
I know that, and I reckon they do. You want to be careful, Tom. Oh, that'll be the Major. He wants his tie done, and they'll be downstairs. I'll go up. You take the trolley out and put the water on for the peas.
That's the Major. Wants his tie done. Bloody bootlicker. Put the water on for the peas, Tom. Yeah, I'll have a whiskey first, though. Lovely grub.
There is a letter. Good. I only hope he's satisfied with what's inside it. It's so difficult for her. What on earth is she to say to him? Pleasant walk to the post office?
Oh, not very, sir. It's rather muggy out this evening. I shouldn't be surprised if we don't have a very bad storm, sir.
Well, sir. Now, careful, sir. That's it. Now, the chair's over to your right a bit. Yes, all right, Corporal. I can see the chair. You'd better go on with the supper. It's late already.
Yes, sir.
David, is that you? Have you changed?
I have.
What about Boy? Is he here?
Not down yet.
I wish you'd stop playing that damn piano when I'm trying to talk to you.
Sorry.
Has Drew come back?
Yes, there's a letter for you on the table.
Oh, God, so there is. I hope it's a long one. I hope she answers my questions this time. Oh, I hope. Oh, God.
Did you say Drew brought the post?
Yes.
I don't like that man. He's insolent.
Yes.
I don't care for his manner. He smells of drink even in the mornings. God knows what possessed my mother to employ an outsider like that. I should have been consulted. I wanted to be there when she interviewed the applicants, but no, she would do it herself. Always thinks she knows best.
Perhaps she does.
No discussion, nothing. God-forsaken place this is. Like packing us off to boarding school. My father would never have allowed it. God. Damn storm's giving me one of my headaches.
Would you like me to get your medicine?
For God's sake, don't fuss. Were we warned of this? I mean, was there a signal?
It's starting to rain.
Get that report across, now!
Yes, sir.
Not one bloody word. Not one bloody word about anything that I asked her. I write and write and write, and she never answers my questions. Well, you saw what I wrote last time, David. I showed you the letter. Nothing could have been plainer. Dearest Mummy, I said, when can I come home? Well, that's a plain question. David, what could be plainer than that? And this is what she writes. My darling boy, I do hope you're feeling well. The gardens are looking splendid just now. The roses are beautiful. I don't want to know about the gardens. I just want to know when I can go home.
Corporal! Corporal! They're bloody accurate tonight, Corporal. Captain Hunter.
Sir.
Gas masks. See to it.
Yes. Take the Major back to his quarters, Drew. The draft for his headaches is on the washstand.
Right, well, come on then. I've got your stick.
Drew, take the Major's on.
I feel sick. Oh, Christ, I feel sick.
Come on, sir. I'll get you out now. You'll be all right. Here.
Can I help, Jimmy?
No. I can manage, sir. I should sit over there in the corner away from the window if I was you, sir.
Oh, God.
No.
Jimmy!
Well, you'll be all right, sir.
Sit in a corner, sir, away from the window. Oh, God. How old am I? 22. And for the past 3 years, I've sent men out to die in terror and agony. And now I huddle like an old man in a dark corner, afraid of a thunderstorm.
Bloody nightmare this is. I could do with a quick one after that.
Drew.
Sir.
What are you doing?
Sir, I didn't know you were still here. I was just getting a whiskey to take up to the Major.
Oh, yes? I understood that Major Dawson wasn't allowed alcohol after taking one of his drafts. Has he taken one of his drafts?
Good job you reminded me, sir. Yes, he has. I clean forgot about the alcohol.
Yes? Well, better not forget again, Drew.
I certainly won't, sir. Oh, what about supper? Shall I serve it now, seeing as Corporal Barnes is tied up for the moment?
I don't think any of us will want supper tonight, Drew. I'll go up and see if the Major is settled.
Very good.
Drew?
Sir?
You never look at us, do you? I wonder why.
Because I can't stand the bleeding sight of you, sir.
He was always playing that one. Used to get on the Major's nerves. I suppose his records would be safer if I packed them around my newspaper. It's a pity I put so much on the bonfire. I'll take them up with some in the bottom of this packing case. Yeah, here we are. The Times. The Times, August 1917. That's an old one. From our war correspondent at the front, the Germans have carried out a surprise attack at some point along the Allied lines. And rumour has it that after the initial bombardment with shells, gas was used. It is feared there may be many casualties. Christ, there were. It was like a dress rehearsal for hell at the casualty posts. They were being brought in and laid out like so much butcher's meat. Thursday, August the 15th. Bloody Thursday, the lads at the post called it. What's in this box? Oh, yeah. The Major's fossils. He was proud of them. Of course, it was on a Thursday. I used to take them for their long walk right through the woods to the chalk pit at the edge of the downs. That was where he found most of them. These were crustaceans, Jimmy used to say. Millions of years ago, they were swimming about in the sea. I never knew if he was kidding me or not. But his eyesight got so bad he couldn't pick them out in the end. Yeah, I remember those long walks of a Thursday. I used to enjoy them.
There, that's that. Make the kitchen fire up and I can have a smoke by it before I do the bedrooms. Best morning in the week, Thursday. I hope the rain don't come too much. I don't want to back here too soon. What's that? Oh, don't say they're back already. Sounded a bit like the door in the sitting room. Nah, can't be. Nah, it's most likely something blowing about in the yard. There is someone in there.
Hello? They give you a fright?
Sylvia?
Yeah, that's me. You surprised?
Little devil, what are you doing here?
Delivering groceries. There you are, in the basket on the table.
You know very well we don't have anything delivered. What do you think you're playing at?
Oh, have I come to the wrong place? I'm ever so sorry. Dad said to me this morning, Sylvia, those goods want delivering to Lilac Cottage. Be a good girl, take 'em on your bike. So being a good girl, I put on my Macintosh, pedalled here as fast as I could. Only the last bit was rather difficult because I had to lift the bicycle over a stile. I thought you'd be ever so pleased to see me.
Come here. Closer than that. That's better. Now, in the first place, this is not Lilac Cottage, which you very well know. And in the second place, nothing ever gets delivered here.
As you said in the first place.
And in the third place...
Oh, you are getting in a muddle.
In the third place, I want a kiss.
Is it early in the morning, that sort of thing?
Never too early for me. Or too late. What the devil are you doing here? And if you say delivering groceries, I'll put you across my knee.
Your face when you saw me, Tom Drew.
For a minute when I heard the piano, I thought they'd come back.
Which one of them plays?
Never you mind. What are you doing here?
Came to see you, of course.
Yeah, go on. But I've told you before, no one's to come to the cottage. No, I mean it, Sylvia. If they found you here, it could lose me my job.
They won't find me here. They're out for a walk, aren't they? You said they always go for a long walk with Jimmy Barnes on Thursday mornings. So, when I woke up this morning, I thought to myself, Poor Tom, be ever so lonely while they're all out on their walk. So I popped over to keep you company.
Hey, for God's sake, come away from that piano.
Why?
Because you don't want to go interfering with things.
Which one of them plays?
Leave it alone, Sylvia.
I might. There. I've stopped. You've got a very posh-looking gramophone.
They've got a sight too much of everything, if you ask me. Don't touch those records.
Why ever not?
Because I say so. Come here and let me take your map. It's wet.
Which one of them plays the piano? One of the brothers?
No, the other one.
You don't like them, do you?
No.
What time they come back from their walk?
11 o'clock, in time for their coffee.
It's raining hard now. Won't they come back earlier?
No, not them. They're officers and gentlemen, they are. It's a drop of rain to them. They're used to the playing fields of Eton and all that stuff.
The playing fields of Eton. Jimmy Barnes seems to get on with them.
Bootlicker.
He's nice. I should think he's ever so kind. Makes me laugh when he comes into the shop, going through his list, working out what meals he's going to cook. I didn't know he was in the medical corps. We had a long chat the other day about nursing.
What in the world do you know about nursing?
Quite a lot. I worked part-time in the local hospital during the war, so there. Ought to have taken it out properly.
Nursing? You want to stick to what you're good at, my girl.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, I don't mean serving in your dad's shop.
You devil, Tom. You want to mind your manners. That Mac's dripping on the carpet. Can't you hang it up outside?
I'll put it in the kitchen. Is this stuff in the basket really for us?
Yes. Jimmy Barnes ordered it yesterday.
Icing sugar.
And coloured candles. I went to Brown's for them. We don't sell that sort of thing. Cake frill, too. Somebody's birthday.
Trust J. Barnes, Esquire, to remember.
Whose?
Young Dawson. Thank the Lord I'm off duty.
Will there be a party?
If J. Barnes has a say in it, I'll trust him to lay it on with a trowel.
It's nice. Anyway, you were supposed to pick it up this afternoon, so I've saved you a job.
Where did you leave your bag?
By the back fence.
Oh, I better move it. Now, don't you go touching anything while I've gone.
Wow. What a lot of books. What a lot of records. Drinks. Ango Stir. See, it looks like blood. And all this music. Made of the Mountains. Firefly. Chooch and Chow. This one ain't music. What? Oh, gosh. Oh, no wonder it's got a plain cover on it.
I'll put your bike under the front porch and nobody comes in that way. What have you got there?
It's a book full of nudes.
Put it back.
It's awful, as it is.
I told you not to touch things.
I should think he's a bit of a devil with the girls.
You didn't come here to talk about him. You came to see me. You like a drink?
Came to see the cottage.
I'm talking to you.
Never been in this room before. Only the kitchen. My dad knew the man. Used to bring me here sometimes.
Drop a pot.
That lavender hedge by the brick path came right up to the top of my head.
I asked you if you wanted a drink.
9:30 in the morning.
What's wrong with 9:30 in the morning?
She was nice, gamekeeper's wife. She gave me a white china plate, let me pick as many raspberries as I liked. I always think of this cottage when I eat raspberries.
Well, I'm going to have one. Ah, that's better. Come and sit here. Let's get comfortable.
You allowed to take their drink?
That's a bloody stupid question.
Oh, smell of that whiskey. Here, get away from me.
The smell of you.
Do I smell nice?
No,
Stealing taking their drink.
it's perks. There's plenty of money here, don't you worry. Nothing's too good for our three little gentlemen. Her ladyship sees to that.
Why are they living here? What a place to live if you're rich.
They were wounded, I told you.
I know you did, but shouldn't they be in the hospital or a nursing home?
No.
How were they wounded?
You don't want to know.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you're a little devil, yeah, that's what you are.
And you've got a sulky mouth.
Have I?
And it's a very greedy mouth. Why aren't we supposed to deliver groceries here?
One of her ladyship's flaming rules.
Rules?
Oh, that's right, on top of everything else, we got rules. Oh, mind you, they've got to be kept. And dear little Jimmy Barnes is the one who sees we keep him.
I don't know why you took this job in the first place.
I took it because there's not so many bloody jobs going. Oh, what, catch me road sweeping or selling bootlaces or knocking at doors asking for a drop of milk and a crust. Do you know how many blokes there are in the D-mob camps waiting to come out?
No.
Thousands and thousands. And when they're all out, there'll be even less jobs to go round. I was crafty. I worked me ticket double quick. I've had enough touching me bloody cab to people to last me a lifetime. I'll tell you where the money's going to be made. The motor industry. Oh, motor cars are going to be big business, and anyone who can serve the motor car is going to be onto a good thing. Yeah, well, there's enough cash at the end of this job to set me up with a petrol station. That's what I want, and that's what I'm bloody going to have. Oh, another 6 months of this, and I can take me money and walk out.
Leaving me stuck behind the counter of a village shop?
Oh, I don't know so much about that. I might take you with me.
Oh, fat chance of that! Tom, they're not going to die, are they? Is that why the job finishes in 6 months?
No.
Will they leave her when you and Jimmy go, or will she get someone else to look after?
I don't know, and I don't bloody care.
Then you should care. After all, they were in the war. I mean, think of what they did. It's only right they should be properly looked after.
I was in the bloody war too, you know. I was up to my armpits in mud.
You weren't wounded.
Perhaps I was clever. Perhaps I was quicker at dodging the shells. Oh, if a bloke was wounded, then he was a bloody marvel. Never mind the rest of us. Yeah, if I'd come back with a bandage round my head and wearing a hospital dressing gown, I might have been mistaken for a hero, just the same as this lot. Well, I'll tell you this much. We was all bloody heroes out there. Where's my glass? I need another drink.
They'll notice how much it's gone down.
No, they won't. You just watch this.
You devil, you make your weight doing that.
I must remember not to have another one out of that bottle. I'm doing them a good turn, really. They ought to take more water with it. Oi, put that record back in its case. I told you not to touch anything.
I don't see what harm I'm doing. You said they won't be back yet.
Never mind that. Don't touch anything. They'll know someone's been at their records. Well, I'll have to say I've dusted them.
Wouldn't be a bad idea either. They're filthy. Well, if I'm not allowed to touch anything, what about a cup of coffee?
I'm not making you coffee. Can't trust you alone in here. Besides, you don't really want coffee. This is what you want.
Don't be so rough, Tom.
That'll be what I like. Now, what about tomorrow night? Where can we go?
I don't know.
Look, if I can get off early, we'll catch the bus into town, shall we?
I could come here.
What?
I could come to your room. I suppose you don't have to go out on your night off.
Don't be bloody ridiculous.
Oh, right, then you think of something. Are there any photos?
Oh, for Christ's sake, shut up! I told you over and over again, I don't want to talk about them, but you take no notice, do you? Well, try to get it into your head. I don't want to talk about the bastards, so just shut up!
Let go of my arms, you're hurting me! I'm going.
Sylvia.
I'm going. Will you please get my Mac and basket?
Listen, Sylvia.
Where's my bike?
It's by the back door. Your Mac's in the kitchen. Look, I'll come out with you. Sylvia, listen.
Is this the way to the kitchen?
Yeah, Sylvia!
Well, so Tom Drew entertains a young woman while we're out, does he? And as far as I could see, a rather pretty one.
Captain Hunter. Back already, sir.
As you say, Drew, I'm back already.
But I never saw you come in, sir.
Perhaps you weren't looking.
Nasty drop of rain, sir. I'll take your wet hat and coat outside. Which way did you come in?
Through the garden door, Drew. The glass one.
Are the others back?
Following on. You might get the coffee ready to bring in. The Major found this morning's walk rather tiring.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I thought you would be.
I'll put these things by the kitchen fire.
Oh, Drew.
Sir?
Do you notice a strange smell in here?
Smell?
Yes. Something different from the usual frowsty smell of 3 males shut up together in one room. A lighter, fresher smell. One might almost say a female smell. Do you notice it, Drew?
I don't notice anything like that, sir.
I'm surprised to hear it.
There you are, David. Oh, what a beautiful drop of rain. Did you notice the roses? All blown out and smelling absolutely delirious. And the mint. There's nothing quite so heavenly as the smell of mint in the rain. I picked us a bunch. Take a sniff of that, old bean. Isn't it marvellous? Why did you rush off like that? We could have lingered alongside the lavender together. I say, that's good enough for a song. Linger alongside the lavender with me. Isn't that good? The flowers in the garden are absolutely free. I say, David, compose a tune for it. Well, come on, this'll make us famous. Oh, don't be such an old po-face. Play. Linger alongside the lavender with me. The flowers in the garden are absolutely free. And when we're tired of smelling them... Oh, come on, David, start a tune.
Linger alongside the lavender with me. The flowers in the garden are absolutely free. And when we're tired of smelling them...
And when we're tired of
smelling them...
Oh, what's the next line? Come on, rack your brains. Linger alongside the lavender with me. The flowers in the garden are absolutely free. And when we're tired of smelling them...
We'll all go in for tea.
Yes, that's it. Oh, linger by the lavender with me.
Oh, linger by the lavender with me.
Here's your coffee, sir.
Jimmy, we've written a song. We're going to be famous. You just listen to this.
Linger alongside the lavender with me. The flowers in the garden are absolutely free. And when we're tired of smelling them, we'll all go in for tea. Oh, linger by the lavender with me.
There, what do you think of that, Corporal?
Yeah, very good indeed, sir. It's a lot better than most of the muck you hear nowadays.
Fame at last. We'll write a verse and sing it tomorrow at my birthday party. Ah, coffee.
No. Steady a bit, sir. You better let me pour it. Here's your napkin, sir. There we go. Now, hold still while I tuck it into your collar. No.
I'll pour my own, Jimmy.
Will there be ice for the champagne tomorrow?
There certainly will, sir. Her ladyship has arranged for the carter to deliver it to the edge of Loddon's Wood at 10 in the morning. Drew will take it by wheelbarrow and fetch it from there. It should keep quite all right on the stone shelf in the outhouse, but if you go on picking the mint at this rate, so there won't be enough left for the peas. Now, wipe your chin. So, that's it.
What are we having tomorrow, Jimmy?
Duck à la roll, sir.
Duck à la roll, champagne, roses on the table and my new record. It'll be there today, you know, Jimmy, at the post office. And my birthday cards and Mummy's letter. You'll make sure Drew fetches them, won't you?
I'll make sure, sir. I'll just see if the Major's ready to come in for his coffee. He's warming his feet by the kitchen fire.
What are you thinking about?
Smells.
Nice or nasty?
Both kinds.
Roses.
Duck in orange sauce.
Boot polish.
Wet woolen scarves and gloves.
Fresh mint and lavender.
The smell of a woman.
Oh, God. I can't smell any of them. It's all a lie, David. I can't smell anything. I make it all up.
I know.
Is it better to pretend? David, tell me, is it better to pretend?
I think so.
Do you make up things inside your head?
Oh, yes.
What do you make up?
All kinds of things.
Women?
Yes.
That doesn't do anything to me anymore. Whatever I make up inside my head, it doesn't bloody well move. I look at it sometimes when I'm in bed and I think, move, you bastard! For Christ's sake, stand up! Nothing happens. Do you think it ever will?
I don't know.
I might as well be dead, mightn't I? Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
I said I might as well be dead!
I know.
You didn't bloody well answer, did you?
Let's have a game of chess.
No.
Cards?
How long have we been here?
6 months.
She means us to stay here forever, you know. She's got us shut up here like rats in a trap. I never thought my mother could be such a bitch. Rats in a trap. I saw a soldier with both his ears bitten off. I didn't see the rat that did it. It was when I was on my way up with the platoon, just before the big attack. Perhaps it was 2 rats, 1 to each ear.
Shut up!
I say, David, what did one rat say to the other rat?
There you are, sir. That's it. That's the ticket, sir. Now, mind the corner of the table there, sir. There we are. I'll bring in some fresh coffee, sir. This one have gone cold.
I say, Jimmy, what did one rat say to the other rat?
I don't know, sir.
Ear, ear.
There you go, sir.
Mud everywhere. I'm sure my socks are damp. I don't like that walk, tramping for hours through those woods. It's a waste of a morning. That's what it is. Yes, a sheer waste of a morning.
What else would we do?
And look at the weather. I mean, when did we last have a fine day?
June is a wet month. It always rained on sports day.
It certainly did not. Sports days were beautiful. It was the fathers and sons cricket match days when it rained.
I thought July was the wet month.
There you are, you see. We played the fathers and sons matches in July.
We didn't. You're thinking of speech day and vicars reciting their interminable little homilies. You remember, David?
I remember tea on the lawn afterwards and trying to cram in as many cakes as possible without matron noticing. I can't remember it ever raining on the cakes.
Tiny little pink meringues with cream inside. Yes. We only ever had them when the parents came.
It won't do! All this tramping about in the rain. We shall end up with chills. I must speak about it.
It would be rather nice to walk down Oxford Street for a change.
I'd settle for the village street.
A den of iniquity.
What is?
The village.
Aha. You may well be right.
I am right.
You have information?
Shh. Keep your voice low. You never know who's listening. They've got a policeman on a bicycle.
Never.
They have.
How do you know?
Well, Jimmy told me.
I'll bet they need him with all the wickedness that goes on behind the lace curtains.
How do you know they've got lace curtains?
I saw them when we drove through the first time.
The first time. The only time. I didn't look out of the car window.
Why?
I didn't want it to be real. I thought that if I didn't look at anything, it might turn out to be a bad dream and I'll be on my way home.
Yes.
I can see the face of a man in the wallpaper pattern in my bedroom. He looks Chinese. I asked him the other day if he minded being Chinese, and he said no. But he minded being on the wall. In my room at home, the wallpaper has plain green stripes, and you can't make faces out of that.
I wonder if I'm going to change my socks.
I can't hear anything with that awful noise going on.
Read your book.
I don't want to.
Shh. Listen. Can I hear voices?
It must be Jimmy and Drew talking in the kitchen.
Is that you, boy?
Yes.
What are you fidgeting about for?
I'm going to light one of the lamps. It's dark in here.
Put those matches back and sit down. I'm not going to light a lamp.
Yes, I am.
Don't argue with me. Leave the matches alone and go back to your place. I simply will not have oil wasted during the hours of daylight.
I want to light a lamp.
Do as you're told. Who's that? David?
Rain on the roof, I think.
Are you sure? It sounded like firing to me.
I'll put a record on, then we shan't hear
You will
it.
do nothing of the sort. Stay where you are. Captain Hunter.
Yes, sir.
Tell the men to stop talking. No noise at all. We must be able to listen.
Very well.
Shh. We must be able to listen.
The evening of the birthday party, Tom was off duty. It made a lot of extra work for me, but I didn't mind. I wanted everything to go smoothly. The meal was a great success. Even the Major praised it. And as for the young chap, well, he was over the moon with his birthday cards and presents. And the new record had arrived safely. And if he played it once, I reckon he played it a dozen times. I suppose it's still here somewhere. All three of them in their dinner suits, looking so smart and somehow shining. Talking and laughing and the record playing and the roses on the table just like my young gentleman had asked for. That's a picture to remember. And I do remember it. I always will. I felt properly choked when the Major raised his glass to the lad and said, here's to health, wealth and happiness, properly choked. This is it. Yeah, the record they were playing that evening. A selection from the Maid of the Mountains. He was very set up with this, he was.
At 35, you'll find him flirting madly with 2 or 3 or above. When he fancies his love, it is then he is love, and he loves her as he never loved before.
Oh, it's good, isn't it, David?
Very. I'd like the piano music.
Well, I'll ask Mummy. She'll get it next time she's in town. She said in her letter that she might get down to see us in about a fortnight. She could bring it then. Shall I put it on again? No, better not. We don't want to wear it out. Like she never loved me. Oh, it's what a marvellous tune.
Not a patch on Choo Chin Chow. Now, there are some good tunes for you.
That's your favourite, isn't it, John? Shall I put it on?
No. Let's have 5 minutes peace. You're so noisy.
Well, it's my birthday. I don't see why I shouldn't make a noise.
God bless my soul. What's this, Corporal?
A birthday cake, sir.
Oh, for me? Oh, Jimmy.
Well, I couldn't let the occasion go by without marking it, sir. Very many happy returns of the day.
Lord, Jimmy, it's a beautiful cake. And 20 candles. Shall I blow them out?
Must have a toast first. Champagne, Jimmy.
Oh, did you make it?
Yes, sir.
You're an artist. Look, David, isn't it beautifully decorated? Roses, violets, oh, it's wonderful.
Glass for yourself, Corporal.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Well, Timothy, congratulations on your 20th birthday. Here's to health, wealth, and happiness.
Health, wealth, and happiness.
Now I blow out the candles.
Yes, sir.
I don't think I can.
Of course you can, sir. Try again.
Come on, boy. Ready? 1, 2, 3, blow.
I did it! All at once. That's lucky, isn't it?
Very lucky, sir.
You didn't help, did you?
Certainly not, sir.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Timothy. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, bravo. Now, where's the knife, Jimmy? We must try this confection.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Now, a slice for each of us. Yeah. Cake for you, David.
Thank you.
I'll bring it over.
I'll carry on, sir. No.
Oh, Jimmy, you must hear our song before you go. We've improved it no end.
Oh, where is it? Well, right you are, sir.
We've called it the Lavender Song. It's going to make us famous.
Well, that'll be nice, sir.
Ready, David? Mm-hmm. Look out, Gershwin and Woodhouse. Here we come. Summer has vanished, those days of delight, lost in the dark of winter's long night. Silent the blackbird who sits on the bough. Where is the scent of the lavender now? It's classy, isn't it, Jimmy?
Very good indeed, sir.
I did the words. We're just coming to the chorus.
Gone are the days of summer. Gone is their perfume divine. When we lingered alongside the lavender path, and you promised to be mine.
Oh, yes. Very good indeed, sir.
John, what do you think of it?
Well, bit short, isn't it?
Good thing. Leave them clamouring for more.
Are you ready for coffee, sir?
Yes, thank you, Corporal. That would be nice.
Wasn't that kind of him to make a cake?
He's first rate, is our Jimmy.
Oh, in a different league to that other bastard. He's been at the whiskey again, you know. I shall have to tackle him. Beastly little outsider.
John, when you toasted me just now, you sounded exactly like Father. He always called me Timothy. No one else did.
I think I was about 7 when we first moved to Emberley, and your mother invited me up to the house for tea. I remember thinking, boy, an awfully odd name for a person to have. It was years before I realised you had any other.
John started it. The first time he saw me, he poked me in the eye and said, boy. And I've been boy ever since.
How I envied you with brothers and sisters to play with.
Well, we felt awfully sorry for you. Katie used to say, that poor little boy, all on his own.
How old was she then?
Must have been about 4.
With Grizzy just a baby. She wasn't even walking. Do you remember putting her on the rocking horse and she fell off and hit her head on the fence?
The blood!
And the screams.
Poor little Grizzy, I was in terrible trouble for that. No jam for 6 weeks. No more than I deserved, of course.
I must have spent more time in your nursery than I did at home.
Far more.
Lucky for me.
Lucky for all of us.
Has Grizzy still got that scar on her forehead?
Oh, very faintly. It's under her hair. Oh, she sent me a new photograph for my birthday. Oh, wasn't it lovely of her? Look. Isn't she a beauty?
She certainly is.
Who do you think she's like?
Rather like your mother must have been at that age.
Yes, the eyes are very like. Have you looked properly at this photograph of Grizzy, John? Are her eyes like Mummy's?
How can I tell? It's all just a blur to me.
Oh, John, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm always forgetting about your eyes. It's rotten of me.
I'd like to be able to see that photograph. Griselda was such a pretty little girl. I'm not complaining, you understand. There are a lot of chaps worse off than me. Do you remember Hudson, David? Both legs blown off. He'll never walk again. My God, we've got a lot to be thankful for. Is her hair still fair?
A little darker. Not much.
Yes. Rather like Mother, you say.
Very.
At prep school, when the parents used to come down, sports days and so on, I used to wish she wasn't quite so pretty. The other chaps' mothers look rather plain.
So we have another record. John, is there anything you'd like to hear?
Coffee, sir.
Thank you, Corporal.
I know. We'll let Jimmy choose a record as a reward for that splendid cake. What shall we have, Jimmy? No, don't say anything. I'll put on your favourite. Can you guess which one it's going to be?
Well, I can, sir. Trust you to know which one I like. My old dad used to sing it to us. Quite a comic turn he was.
Our parlour wanted papering, and parson it was waste to call the paper hangers in, and so he made some paper. He got some rolls of paper, a ladder and a brush, and
With my mother's nightgown on at it, he made a rush. When Father paid the parlour, you couldn't see Dad put the paste.
dabbing it here, dabbing it there. There was paste and paper everywhere. Mother was stuck to the ceiling and the kids were stuck to the floor.
Oh, for Christ's sake, turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off! Damn silly sort of song. I'll have to give a chap a headache, that infernal noise. I'll go outside for a smoke.
Well, just a minute, sir. I'll give you a hand.
I'll help the Major, Jimmy. You carry on here.
Thank you, sir.
What a fuss. Just like John to spoil everything. Where's my glass?
I shouldn't have any more champagne if I was you, sir.
Oh, it's my birthday.
Yes, sir, but champagne is liable to turn a bit acid in the stomach. If I was you, I'd have a small drop of brandy. There you are. And sit quiet for a bit. There we go.
Oh, it's a lovely party, Jimmy. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure.
It was such a splendid meal.
It's a pleasure to do it for you, sir.
I must apologise for my brother.
Well, there's no need for that sort of talk, sir. We all know what the Major has to put up with.
He's become a damned irascible old man. How old is he now, Jimmy?
23, sir.
Is he? Yeah. Is that all? Yes, I suppose so. You'd hardly credit it, would you?
No, sir.
Somebody ought to be made to pay for it.
Sir?
Well, whoever did it to him, I mean, whoever turned him into a beastly, blind old man, somebody ought to be made to pay.
Yes, sir.
Did you come across any others like us, Jimmy? I mean, in the clearing station, were there any others?
Some, sir.
I suppose there were bound to be. It's a pretty big attack. It's funny we should all be together. I was bringing my section up to relieve them. We weren't actually in the trench, you know, but we caught it just the same. There were a lot of mistakes made, weren't there?
Yes, sir. A lot of mistakes.
It's funny you coming across other chaps. Sometimes it seems as if we were the only ones in the world. I'm glad it was Drew's night off. Still, you better open a bottle of champagne when he comes in and give him a piece of cake.
Well, that's very kind of you, sir.
I don't like him, Jimmy.
No, sir.
You seem to get on with him.
Well, sir, he's not so bad, really. Not much of a sense of humour, but we hit it off most of the time. I think he finds it a bit quiet here, sir. Not much to do in the evenings. There. I think that's everything cleared, sir.
Oh, don't take the roses away, Jimmy.
No, sir.
Do they smell?
A treat, sir.
That's nice.
John's gone off to bed. He asked me to say goodnight for him because he didn't want to break up the party. Perhaps you'd better have a look at him, Jimmy. He may be in for one of his bad heads.
I will, sir. I thought this might happen.
If he's in that sort of state, I suppose we better not play any more records.
Well, just leave it for 10 minutes, sir. I'll give him one of his new sleeping drafts. They're very strong. He'll be asleep in no time. And if you keep both these doors closed, he won't hear a thing.
I see you've started on the brandy.
Yes. One ahead of you, David.
That won't do.
Good Lord, have you got enough in there?
Is anyone counting?
Not me. It's a party. Do you know what it reminds me of?
Brandy?
Yes.
What?
The flower shop next to the Savoy.
What?
Where we used to lunch when we went up to town. It was on the right, just before you went through the swing doors. Masses and masses of all kinds of flowers.
I remember. Gardenias for buttonholes.
I wonder if it's still there.
Why on earth should brandy remind you of the flower shop?
It does sound a bit dotty, doesn't it? Actually, it was the same day we bumped into you, during the interval at Choo Chin Chow. I'd been to see old Clemmy, and I was hurrying to meet Mummy for lunch. I caught a bus and sat on the top because it was quite exciting looking down and watching all the chaps milling about in uniform. There was a party of girls in the seats behind me, and they were giggling, the way girls do. And I was trying not to take any notice when one of them leaned forward and gave me a white feather. I just sat there. I couldn't think of anything to say or do, so I stayed on the bus until they got off, because I couldn't face them. I went a long way past my stop, and then I had to hurry like the dickens so as not to keep Mummy waiting. When I got outside the flower shop, I felt a bit groggy and leaned against the window. All the flowers sort of swam together in one great mass of colour. One of the porter chaps must have noticed me looking like death, and he sat me down in a chair and shoved my head between my knees. The next thing I remember, I was holding a very large brandy.
So the white feather was the real reason you joined up?
Yes. Well, no. Well, that and meeting you the same evening at the theatre, knowing John was out there, and that you were going back to him in a couple of days, it made up my mind for me.
Bloody little fool. You only had another 4 months to wait until you were 18.
I had to do it at once. If I was going to be killed, I wanted to be killed with you and John, not on my own.
Well, we weren't killed.
No.
3 of the lucky ones.
Yes.
It was sweet of Grizzy to send you her photograph. She's beautiful.
Yes, isn't she?
I expect the young men come thick and fast.
What young men? Most of us are dead. I used to think perhaps you'd marry one of the girls.
John must be asleep by now. Let's have another record. Which one?
Oh, something lively. This party's getting a bit slow. And no more brandy. It makes us dreary. Drink that down and we'll get back on the bubbly. There's a good half bottle here. If we don't drink it now, Jimmy will put it in the scrambled eggs in the morning. Yes, that's a good one. Come on, David. Let's have a dance.
My dear old chap, what a positively indecent suggestion. Besides, you forget my war wound.
Oh, bugger your war wound. Come on, I'll lead. Evening, Drew. Come to join the party?
I beg your pardon, sir. I didn't know you were still up. I'll go round the other way.
Oh, don't do that, old chap. Come through this way. We're all friends here. It's my birthday, you know.
Yes, sir. Looks as if you were having a very good evening, sir.
Lovely. Captain Hunter and I were just having a go at the bunny hug.
So I noticed, sir.
Oh, that was fun. Have you had a good evening, Drew?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll say good night now, sir.
Been out, have you?
Yes, good night, sir.
Just a moment, Drew. Come back and close the door. You haven't told us about your evening yet. That's not fair. You know what we've been doing?
Drew has been cavorting about all among the bright lights of the town.
Have you, Drew? Or have you been to that new place on the main road? I think it was yesterday I overheard someone saying that it's very good there. The food and the band, you know.
Been dancing, have you, Drew?
Yes, sir.
Who do you dance with, Drew? Have you got a partner? As you can see, Lieutenant Dawson and I only have each other. Perhaps you've got something better.
If you don't mind, sir, I think I'd better go and see if Corporal Barnes wants me to do anything for him.
But surely it's still your evening off, Drew. It isn't midnight yet, and the fairy godmother particularly mentioned that you were off duty until midnight.
That's the ticket. You can stay until midnight. Have a glass of champagne, Cinderella.
No, thank you, sir.
Don't go too close to him, boy. The gentleman doesn't much care for the look of us. Isn't that correct, Drew?
I'll say good night now, sir.
Stay where you are.
Yes. Well, we'll put on another record and we'll all stay where we are.
Sit down, boy. The kind gentleman is going to tell us all about his evening out, aren't you, Drew?
How much, sir?
Of course. You know what a treat it would be for us. Here we are, Drew, two lonely ex-soldiers, incarcerated in the depths of the country and longing to hear how the world goes on. Is she a good dancer?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Your pretty little girlfriend from the village. Is she a good dancer?
Sir, I don't know what your game is, but I don't think I ought to be expected to stand here and talk about what I do with my time off. That's not what I'm paid for.
Are you paid to bring your girlfriends to the cottage?
You bastard.
Careful, Drew. I don't want to have to put in a bad report of you.
I'll see it doesn't happen again, sir. Yesterday was a mistake. She was delivering some groceries.
Yes? That's an unusual way of describing it. Did she go out with you tonight, Drew?
I'd like to go now, sir.
Come away from the door, Drew. Did she go out with you tonight?
Yes, she did. Now can I go?
Did she take her clothes off?
Jesus Christ.
I'm really very sorry for you, Drew. Sorry. Because you can't look me in the face. All right. You can go.
David? Oh, David, what was that?
The door banged.
Are you sure that was all?
Quite sure.
I hope so. Because I'm very, very tired.
Well, the party's over now, boy. Time for bed. Up, Sir Daisy.
Oh, it was a good party, wasn't it, David?
Yes, it was.
I knew there'd been a bit of a confrontation that night. Tom came banging into the kitchen. He was livid. He didn't tell me, but I knew he and the captain had mixed it. Well, Tom had had a lot to drink and he pushed off to bed. He told me what I could do with the birthday cake, so I didn't bother opening the other bottle of champagne. And after a while, I heard the sitting room door close, so I guess the two young gentlemen had gone to bed. I went in to see to the lamps and straighten up a bit for the morning. I was just emptying the ashtrays when the captain came back.
You sound cheerful, Jimmy.
I thought you'd gone to bed, sir.
I'm on my way. Just having a last cigarette.
What about the young gentleman, sir?
Rather tight, Jimmy, but very happy. He's already asleep, but not, I'm afraid, undressed.
Too much champagne. I hope his stomach won't suffer in the morning. I'll go up and milk him.
Not just yet, Jimmy. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, but not like that, with you standing to attention, an ashtray in either hand. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
I was pretty rotten to Drew when he came in. Did he tell you?
Not in so many words, sir, but I thought you must have had a bit of a barney. If he was rude, sir, you'd have to put it down to the fact he'd had a few drinks.
So had I. But that's no excuse. I just can't stand it.
I know, sir. He's not really suited to this job, but he's very anxious to keep it, and I'm used to him now. I wouldn't really like a change, that is, not unless you insist, sir.
Oh, good Lord, man, I don't want to lose him his job. But he brings out the very worst in me. I hate to admit it, but I'm damned envious of him.
That's very understandable, sir.
I envy him his evenings off. I envy his damn white teeth. And I envy like hell the fact that he's got a girl. And that's what it's really all about, Jimmy. You've got to get me a girl.
You're joking, sir.
No.
I can't do that.
You must.
No, sir.
I've come to terms with most things, Jimmy, but not this. Find a girl who'll come here.
I never give it a thought. Other things, yeah, but this didn't enter my head. I never once thought of it.
Think of it now.
You mustn't ask me, sir.
Ask you? I'm telling you. I've thought it all out. Nobody else need know. It can be late at night when the others are asleep. In this room, so we won't be heard. In the dark.
It would have to be, sir.
We could pay her enough so she wouldn't talk after.
I can't do it.
You must. Who else can I ask? It's very dark in here when the lamps are out. I'll turn out the last one. There. Can you see me? Can you?
No, sir, I can't see her.
Then it's all right. And you'll arrange it for me, won't you? Please.
I'll try, sir. Playing God. That's what I was doing. Altering the proper shape of things. I should have stuck to the rules. I was quick enough to pounce on Tom when he bent him a bit. But at least he was honest about his feelings. I can't stand the sight of him, he'd say. And he never looked. But what was I up to? Seeing in them a kind of beauty that I'd given him myself. You will arrange it for me, won't you, Jimmy? He asked. And I couldn't bear to be diminished in his eyes. Yes. Oh, I arranged it. It was a fortnight later, just on midnight, Tom's evening off. He'd come in from the pub about an hour before, rolling drunk, and the others had been in bed for some time, and everything was quiet. I'd just put my coat on to go out and meet this girl that Sylvia had made the arrangement with when I heard a click of the garden door. I went into the sitting room. There was only one lamp alight, and it startled me for a minute, seeing this woman standing just inside the door. She was dressed in a dark coat and with a hat pulled well down over her face and a long, green, silky kind of scarf around her neck. When I came in, she pulled the curtain across the glass door and moved into the room.
Hello.
How did you get here? I was just coming to meet you.
I know the way. I've been here before.
It's Sylvia, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, you couldn't get anyone to come? Your friend, you said there was someone you knew.
I know, I said that. I didn't try to get anyone else.
What do you mean?
I'll do it. I want to. I meant to come myself right from the moment you spoke of it.
God knows what you must have thought of me.
I thought you were very kind.
Don't. I've hated myself ever since talking to a young girl like you about such a thing.
What else could you have done?
Refused.
To help him?
That's what I should have done.
That would have been difficult.
Yeah.
When you're fond of someone, it's hard to say no. And there's no harm done. I'm here.
Yeah. And now, you put your hat back on, and I'll take you as far as the crossroads.
No.
Have some sense. This isn't a job for a girl like you.
How do you know what sort of girl I am?
I'm having no arguments. I'm just taking you home.
If you think I'm an innocent village maiden, you're wrong. I don't dish out my favours very often, and I certainly don't do it for money. But I'm not a virgin, if that's what's worrying
What's
you.
worrying me is getting you back home before anyone finds out you're here.
You can save yourself the trouble. I'm not going.
Are you Tom Drew's girl?
Go out with him sometimes.
What has he told you?
Nothing.
Enough to make you curious?
Nothing much at all, really. Just that 3 officers live here and they don't go about much because they were wounded. I didn't need Tom to tell me that. Everyone in the village knows.
How?
How? Because you can't keep anything quiet in a village. I mean, letters come to the post office. You and Tom buy enough food to feed 5 people. The doctor calls once a month. That's how.
Tom told you they were wounded.
Because I asked him. I knew they couldn't be very bad. Not helpless or anything. Because when I come here the other morning, they were all out on a long walk with you.
You came here?
About a fortnight ago, I brought some groceries. Oh, Tom didn't ask me to come. He wasn't all that pleased to see me.
Did you come in?
I've known this cottage ever since I was tiny. My dad used to bring me. It was left empty all through the war, and I wanted to see what it looked like now. Of course I came in, it was raining. It's nice it's being lived in again.
If you're Tom Drew's girl, you can't stay here.
He won't know.
Be sensible.
He won't know.
He's here. I've heard him come in about 11.
Did you see the state he was
I
in?
heard him stagger across the yard to his room. I thought he'd had a few.
Few? I've been in the pub with him all evening, watching him drown himself in whiskey, egging him on. He'd be dead to the world by now.
You've got it all worked out.
Yes.
Are you going to be sensible and let me take you home?
No.
I can't risk it.
Where is he? The one who...
He's in his room.
And what will you tell him if you send me away?
I don't know.
Going to be difficult, explaining. Let me stay, please.
I can't.
Please. I really want to. It's not just a physical thing. It's like something I've been waiting for all my life. Felt it as soon as I come in here the other morning. An excitement, like the night before Christmas, like boys singing, like love.
What you feel is pity.
Because he was wounded, yes. I suppose pity comes into it. But much more. And not just for him. For all of you. Even in a funny kind of a way for Tom Drew. Perhaps it's gratitude more than pity. I'm grateful for what you did for us, for what you gave up. And I want to do something in return. The terrible, the awful thing is that because I'm a woman, this is all I can do. All I'm expected to do. I read a poem once about a man who kept girls locked in golden cages, like birds. He was kind to them, he fed them, but he never let them out. I think you're going to unlock the door of my cage now that you understand.
If I let you stay, will you promise never to speak about this again?
I promise.
All right. The lamps are important. It must be dark.
If that's the way he wants it.
It's the only way I'll allow it.
Yes, of course. It's very sensible.
I'll tell him to come down. I won't come back in there myself. I'll go straight to the kitchen. Afterwards, that is, when you're ready to go, you come out through this door.
Right.
The passage out there leads to the kitchen. And I'll be in there. And I'll take you home. And please come out quietly. You don't want to wake the others.
Of course not.
Well, you better notice which side of the door the handle is before I turn out the lamp down.
I see it.
Are you all right then?
Yes.
I ought not to let you do it. But please believe me, I'm very grateful to you. Right, I'm just going to blow out the lamp. So you'll be in the dark.
Yes.
Hello.
Oh. Hello.
I'm sorry it's so dark. Jimmy thinks it's safer like this. With other people in the cottage, you know.
Yes, I do understand. I don't mind the dark.
Where are you?
Over by the piano.
Oh, yes.
You play the piano, don't you?
Not awfully well. Just enough to amuse myself.
I'd like to hear you.
Well, better not at the moment. We might wake someone.
That won't do.
Would you like a drink?
I don't know. I don't drink much.
No? But a tiny drop of brandy would be warming. I'm going to.
Well, all right. Just a tiny drop. Can you manage?
Oh, yes. I'm used to the dark. It was dark in the trenches, you know. It had to be. We learned very quickly to move about in the dark and be quiet, so they wouldn't hear us.
The Germans?
Yes. Where's your hand?
Here.
There's your drink. Have you got it?
Yes, thank you. I hope you haven't given me too much.
Just a mouthful.
Were they very close?
The Germans?
Yes.
Pretty close. Sometimes we could hear them talking.
That must have been strange.
Oh, not really. Quite comforting in a way. It reminded us that they were human beings. Ordinary chaps. Is your brandy all right?
Yes, thank you, lovely.
Have you still got your coat on?
Yes.
I'll hold your glass while you take it off.
Thank you. I've finished the drink.
Would you like some more?
Oh, no.
If you stretch your left arm out, you'll find a chair. You can put your coat on that.
Thank you.
You're quite young, aren't you?
20.
I'm 22.
Would you like me to take the rest of my clothes off?
Yes.
Don't you want to touch me or anything?
This isn't the way I meant it to be. Oh, don't you understand? I thought it wouldn't matter. The dark. And not seeing your face. But it does. It does matter. What are your eyes like? Your hair? How do your lips move when you speak? Oh, God. I have to be able to see. It's no good unless I can see.
Oh, don't. Oh, don't do that. Please, please don't. I can't bear it. Don't cry. I'll light the lamp just for a moment. Are there any matches? Yeah. It can't matter, just for a moment. I'll turn it out at once. Oh, God.
Please.
Oh! Don't you come near me! You keep away! Oh! No!
In old houses, there are sounds from the past. The clink of a glass against a bottle. The squeak of a trolley. A favourite tune played on the gramophone. Voices. Yeah. Voices crowded into corners and waiting their turn to speak again. I could put all these records out in the shed and lock the door. But when the cottage is empty, the floorboards dusty and the gramophone lying in some scrapyard, the favourite tunes will still be heard in this room. A drink will be poured. The ghost of a piano will play a song for a birthday party. And the waiting voices will begin again their murmuring conversations. And then the screaming will start. I wasn't prepared for the screaming. I was so self-satisfied. I thought I'd arranged everything perfectly. But she did what I told her not to do. She lit the lamp.
Timothy, what are you doing?
I'm taking some more cheese.
You don't need any more. You've had a perfectly adequate supper.
I wish they'd bring in the coffee. Shall I put a record on?
No.
Why not?
Because I say so. We'd much better be quiet.
I can hear the screaming when it's quiet.
Screaming?
Well, you know, it went on in the night, on and on and on. I thought it would never stop.
Oh, that. Probably some poor devil stuck in a shell hole. Anyway, it's stopped now.
I can still hear it.
I tell you, he's not doing it now. Probably dead. Or else they found him and took him away.
You don't think it was David, do you?
Shot?
Yes.
Don't be so foolish. David wasn't on last night's patrol.
When was my birthday?
I don't know.
I think it was about 2 weeks ago, and I haven't had a letter from Mummy since the one with my birthday card. I've written to her 4 times since then because I want to go home. I don't want to stay here any longer. It's very dark in my room in the middle of the night. And now they've started this screaming. She needn't think she can keep us shut up here for the rest of our lives. I won't stand for it. Shut up here with all that barbed wire out there in the garden. We should dig it up and plant some roses. I wish David was here. He didn't come in for breakfast or lunch or supper.
I've brought the coffee, sir.
Drew, where's Captain Hunter?
Oh, he's in his room, sir. He's not feeling quite the thing today. He had a bit of an upset last night, I understand.
I expect it was the screaming. Did you hear it, Drew?
Well, I thought I heard a bit of noise in the night, but I don't hear much from my room. Corporal Barnes told me this morning that the captain had been having a nightmare and got a bit violent.
I have nightmares sometimes. I often have the one about looking in the mirror to shave, but it's someone else. Do you have that one, Drew?
No, sir.
It's not a nightmare that I care for, but at least it's quiet. There's no screaming in it. Oh. I've dribbled my coffee. Drew, where's my napkin? I've dribbled my coffee.
On the floor by your chair.
Well, where's Corporal Barnes?
He's gone out.
He's gone out, sir.
He's gone out, sir.
It's not his evening off, is it?
No, sir.
And what the devil is he thinking about? Where's he gone? Drew.
Sir.
Where has Corporal Barnes gone?
To the village, sir.
Will you bring back the post?
Oh, I couldn't say, sir.
Have you been drinking, Drew?
No, sir. Certainly not. That is, I had a beer with me supper, sir. Her ladyship provides us with her own supply of beer so we can have a drink with our meals.
Her ladyship is very generous towards you and Corporal Barnes, Drew. Please remember that.
Yes, sir.
You mustn't abuse her ladyship's generosity, Drew. Keep away from the whiskey, I'm warning you. I'm not a fool, you know. I can tell when it's had water added. A chap who gets the drink when his employers are out is not worth putting in a position of trust. Just you remember that, Drew. And now you'd better cut along and do whatever it is you're supposed to be doing in the kitchen. Timothy, give me a hand into the garden. I want to smoke. Damned outsider.
Bastards! Just you cut along, Drew, and do whatever it is you're supposed to be doing in the kitchen. Christ! I'm supposed to be washing up, sir! Washing up your filthy plates and cutlery! Cleaning up your beastly messes! Yeah. And there's one the less to do. And you can wipe your own bloody nose next time it's snotty! Look at it all. Look at it all, eh? Books, papers everywhere, cigarette ends, gloves, scarves all over the place for me to pick up and put away. Scarves? I've seen this one before. Oh, I've seen this before. Well, it don't belong in here. No, I've seen it lots of times. But not in here. Never. So it was her last night, was it? Christ, I'll kill him! Where's a bloody knife?
Drew, have you broken something?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry to say that I have, sir. Yeah. Coffee cup it was. Careless of me, but I expect it'll be docked out of me pay. I've cleared it up, sir, every bit of it. With a few other things I noticed lying around. Like a scarf, sir. A long one, green it is, bright green. Yeah, I've seen it before somewhere, but don't you worry about that, sir. I'll find out who it belongs to. I hope you're feeling a bit better this evening, sir, after last night's little upset. I hope the young lady was satisfactory, sir.
Where's Corporal Barnes?
Gone to the village, sir. I believe he had one or two little matters to put straight. A payment to make to someone. But then you'd know more about that than I would.
I'm going out, Drew, for a walk. Alone. I don't want you to tell the others. Just let them think I'm still in my room. Do you understand?
Did I hear you right, sir? Did you say you was going out?
Yes.
Well, I'm very, very sorry to have to tell you that you are not going out. I'm in charge at the moment, you see, as Jimmy Barnes is not here. And I say you are not going out for a walk, sir! Is that clear? Whatever it is you might or might not have in your mind, sir! We can't let you take the easy way out like that, can we? What, an officer and a gentleman taking the easy way out? Oh, dear me, no. You've got to learn to live with it, sir! And another thing, if I was to let you go wandering about outside, you might frighten someone. You wouldn't want to frighten anyone now, would you, sir? Unless you already have. She was frightened, was she? Well, perhaps that'll put a stop to our little games. Mucking about with bloody officers and gentlemen.
Is that a knife you've got there, Drew?
Oh, yes, sir. It is a knife. I must have picked it up off the trolley.
What are you planning to do with it, Drew?
Cut your bastard throat, sir.
You can't even look at me to do that, can you? Well, I'm going to make you look me straight in the eye. Just... Open your eyes, you coward! Open your eyes. I could throttle you very easily, you know, Drew. You didn't realize I was so strong, did you? Look at me! Look at me, or I'll chuck the life out of you! You see? You can do it if you try. Not very pleasant, though, is it? But this is what we have to live with, Drew. All three of us, day after day, week after week, year after year, looking at one another and remembering what we once were like. Keep looking at me, Drew, that's right. It is horrible, isn't it? A human face destroyed by mustard gas. No warning, you see. So there wasn't time to put on gas masks. They tried to mend it and only made it worse. Do you think they made it worse, Drew? If you look closely, you can see where the patches pulled away. Does it make you want to be sick? Oh, Christ, go! Why should I torture you as well as myself? I'm going out.
Oh, no, you're not, sir! I'll bloody kill you!
Get off him, you bastard! Get off him!
He's got a knife! Squeeze his wrist!
I've got it! Hold his legs, David!
What is it? What's happening?
Some bastard attacking David!
It's me, says Drew! Get him off me! He's got a
How
knife!
the hell did he get over there? A weak place. Captain Hunter! Is he alone?
I think so, sir.
It's me! Drew, can't you bloody see? Get him off me! He's got a knife! Get him off me!
I can't hold on
For
longer!
God's sake, make him stop that screaming!
Now stop it!
He's dead, sir. Shall I get him moved?
Don't bother now. Cover him in with a few sandbags.
Yes, sir.
Better turn out his pockets first.
Very well, sir.
There must be a weak place somewhere. The inspections will have to be stepped up. Damned carelessness like that could cost lives. See to it, will you?
Yes, sir. I'll speak to the sergeant.
We've got to stand till 4:30. Let the men rest until then.
Very well, sir. Small change, matches, cigarettes, a disgusting handkerchief. Oh. And 2 letters for you, boy.
When I came back from the village a couple of hours later, it was very quiet. They were sitting in their usual places. Their poor, destroyed faces turned, as they so often were. They were listening. Listening. The young gentleman was clutching a couple of unopened letters from his mother. I suppose Tom Drew had been keeping them back. He was full of tricks like that. The idea of someone anxiously looking for a letter that he got in his pocket, it would amuse Tom. He was half built in with cushions, like sandbags. It was often done in the trenches when there weren't time for a burial. The look of fear on Tom's face is something I'll never forget. The last thing he would have seen would be their faces, crowding close to him. I asked them what happened. They never answered, never spoke a word, but I knew. So I washed my young gentleman's hands just like I always did. I wiped his chin where he dribbled. And I left him there when I went back to the village to report what I'd found. I left them listening to the crump of shells and the spatter of machine gun fire. Their heads tilted up a bit to the side, straining to hear the sounds of battle. My golden boys. My shining ones. And poor Tom.
Lost in the dark of winter's long night, silent the blackbird who sits on the bough. Where is the scent of...
The part of Jimmy was played by Bill Nye, David by Andrew Wincott, Boy Charles Simpson, John Colin McFarlane. Tom Drew was played by Stephen Tompkinson, and Sylvia by Jane Whittenshaw. The song was composed and played by Stephen Warbeck. Lavender Song was written by Patricia Wood and directed by Jane Morgan.
And now, Saturday Playhouse.
What is this excitement in the paper we have read? For a man they're hunting with a price upon his head.
Lobby Ludd by Douglas Livingstone.
Have you seen him? Who? Have you seen Lobby Ludd, the mystery man?
Lobby Ludd. I suppose I should have put him out of my mind by now. But of course I haven't. Walking down the street, on my way to the shops, I find myself humming that bloomin' song. Then as I move among people on the pavement, I find myself saying, come on, behave normally now. Look like one of the crowd. You don't want anyone to spot you here. Don't want anyone suddenly pointing and saying, you are Lobby Ludd, and I claim the Gazette Prize. The exact phrasing it had to be. So Louise would have to take them aside and hand over a cheque for £50 or £100 or £150, depending on how many weeks it had been since anyone had spotted me. God, it's... How many years since it started? 12. 1927. And here we are, 1939. But I don't really believe there'll be another war. I was in the last one, briefly, and not at all heroically. Unlike Ronnie, of course, who won the MC. I haven't seen Ronnie since Lobby Ludd. Nor have I seen Louise. The wonderful Louise. And here I am, on my way to being Ronnie's best man. I mean, fancy asking me? I nearly fell down with shock.
How do you feel when you marry your ideal? Ever so goosey.
Ronnie Redcar staying in a Dorchester. Who'd ever have thought it?
How do you feel when the bells begin to peal? Ever so goosey, 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 goosey.
Lobby!
Hello, Ronnie.
Good to see you. Long time, eh? Long time.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Oh, come on in.
Thank you. Well, this is nice, Ronnie.
Yes. Quite cosy.
It's a suite.
That's right.
And a view of Hyde Park.
I can watch all the girls ride in Rotten Row.
And after today, you'll be a married man.
Marriage doesn't turn you blind. Not, of course, that I'll be living here.
Have you got a place yet?
Yes, we've rented a house.
In London?
On the beach. Santa Monica, Hollywood in California.
Good God.
I'm not staying here for another war. I did my bit last time. I'm rich. I want peace and luxury. Have a drink.
Oh, we've got a wedding to get through.
Well, that's why we need a drink. Scotch?
Well, just a small one.
Just a small one. Derek Gow from Wales, also known as Lobby Ludd. Small drink, and I dare say small everything. Oh, come on. He's all right. And I had to have him as best man. Gives the whole thing a pleasing symmetry.
There you are. Cheers.
Cheers. Here's to your wedding. And, of course, your success.
Well, I'll drink to that.
I mean to say, it would never have happened without him. Or without Louise. Or Joe Herdeman. Yes. That staff meeting was where it all began.
I am proud of this newspaper. It is going to survive. It will not, with many of you on board, if what you continue to offer me is slack, lazy, unimaginative, and predictable. Shake your bloody ideas up and give me some stories with guts. Something that will make the public choose to spend their hard-earned pennies on the Gazette. Otherwise, there will soon be some chopping down of whatever dead wood here is not pulling its weight.
Dead wood that's not pulling its weight? How did he get to be editor with a command of Shakespeare's English like that? And if his dead wood was referring to me, then who the hell's fault was it but his own? I was supposed to be his star reporter. Did he get me to Couple Lindbergh's flight? Malcolm Campbell's car? The dismembered woman in left luggage? I'd been put on the monkey who escaped from the zoo. No wonder the paper was going down the Swanee.
This is our circulation graph for the last 6 months. December, on the top of Everest. June, on the banks of the Dead Sea. I'm telling you now, if it doesn't change soon, I'm done, you're done, and the paper's done. Is there anybody here with a fresh idea?
Mr. Herdeman?
Yes, Miss Miller. For those of you who don't know, this is Miss Louise Miller, who's recently joined our accounts department. Yes, Miss Miller.
Can you explain to me why the figures were so high in December?
Of course, Miss Miller. If you remember, in December, the writer Agatha Christie disappeared. The whole country was searching for her.
Oh, yes, of course.
Had she been murdered, kidnapped, committed suicide? The public could not get enough of the story. They seemed to think our coverage was the best. Yes. We kept them up to date with every rumour and every clue. Of course, had a certain reporter of ours, who happened to be staying in the very hotel where Miss Christie had been living all the time, quite openly living, had this reporter not been too blind or something to notice her, we would have found her and had the scoop of the decade.
He knew perfectly well that the reason I was in that hotel was that I'd taken a certain young lady there. Oh, my God, what was her name? Wanda Venetia. Well, all right. I was rather blotto. He knew it, and I knew it. Couldn't we forget it?
Even so, the story was good while it lasted. Unfortunately, we cannot ask Miss Christie to disappear again.
But it was the excitement of the hunt that sold the paper.
Exactly, Miss Miller.
Then can't somebody else disappear?
Want to volunteer?
I mean, suppose we publish the photograph of a man we pretend has gone missing.
Pretend?
I think you're mistaking us for comic cats.
So we pretend he's missing and the public pretend to buy the Gazette.
Well, it was a ludicrous idea. But she was quite a sexy little thing. And when I saw her in the pub that night, I decided she needed letting down gently.
May I buy you a drink, Miss Miller?
I have one, thank you, Mr. Redcar.
Ronnie, please. And you are?
Miss Miller.
All right, then, Miss Miller. I just wanted to say that I thought it was very brave of you to come up with that idea at the meeting. Old Joe Herdeman can be a bit intimidating. So can some of us reporters. And although, as you probably gathered, the idea was a bit of a non-starter, what matters is that you had the courage to put it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Redcar, that expenses claim you put in today, you'll find I've deducted £3 1 and 9.
You what?
Dinner for two at the Criterion on the 21st.
That's right. I was entertaining a source of information.
I happened to be at the Criterion that night. You were entertaining Miss Stokes from typing.
On the 21st?
It was my birthday. I was there with my parents.
Oh, yes. Yes, I was at the Criterion twice last month. The source must have been the other time.
Well, if you produce the correct receipt, I will, of course, see that you're reimbursed.
Bitch. Oh, she was a bitch.
Miss Miller!
Oh, hello, Mr. Herdeman.
I wonder if I could have a few words with you. Will you excuse us, Ronnie? And we'd publish his photograph in the paper.
Yes, and his description.
Like Scotland Yard?
Yes. Height, age, distinguishing features.
But he couldn't be just anywhere in Britain. That'd be too hard.
Well, we could say roughly where he'd be, on a certain day at certain times, but always somewhere where there'll be a crowd. Football grounds, race meetings,
Seaside resorts. Yes, that's it, Louise. It's the holiday soon. We could make him tour the seaside resorts.
That would be perfect, Mr. Herdeman. And the person who spotted him could challenge him.
Yes, with a phrase that they had to get exactly right. Mustn't make it too easy. And they'd have to be carrying a copy of the Gazette.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. Herdeman. I wouldn't have thought of that.
No, you're new to this business, Louise.
And they'd only win the award if they got everything right.
Yes, the reward. It would have to be big enough to tempt them to play.
£100.
Well, 50. And if nobody caught him the first week, we could put it up to 100 then. And 150 in the third.
Then when he's being caught, it starts all over again. With a different face.
No, the same face. Only ever seen in profile and with a hat on. It'll catch on that way. And we'll give him a name that catches on too. Bill Britton. No, Joe Soap. No, Lobby Lud. We'll call him Lobby Lud. It's the telegraphic address of the Gazette. Lobby Lud, London. We'll call him Lobby Lud.
Lobby Lud. That's wonderful, Mr. Herdeman.
There is a snag, though. The Gazette costs a penny. Have to sell a lot of extra copies to raise £50. 12,000 to be precise.
Oh, I think you could sell a lot more than that. And he wouldn't be caught very often. Not if you picked the right Lobby Lud. The most ordinary-looking man you could find.
A face in the crowd.
A face with no distinction at all.
I was walking into the Gazette building one morning when I noticed Mr. Herdeman.
You! What's your name?
Me, sir?
You!
Gower, sir. Derek Gower.
Well, you're Lobby Lud. Now?
He asked me how long I'd worked for him. I said 5 years. He said he'd never noticed me before. I absolutely fitted the bill, he said. I was the one to go missing, he said. They'd never spot me in a month of Sundays. Well, of course, my first reaction was to say, but I can't go missing, Mr. Herdeman. I'm engaged to be married. But was I? 2 nights before that, I'd taken Rose to the pictures. Raymond Navarro and Norma Shearer in The Student Prince in Old Heidelberg. The same story as the operetta. But of course, in those days of silent films, it wasn't quite the same without music or songs. And afterwards, I walked Rose to a digs, and she suddenly said,
I'm going away tomorrow.
Away? Where are you going?
I don't know. I must find a new life. Away from you.
Away from me?
Yes, away from you.
Why, she was speaking captions from the film. Was she having a joke? The two of us didn't go in much for jokes. Oh, now that's very funny, Rose.
Funny? You think it's funny? I don't think it's funny. We've been engaged for 2 blooming years, and no sign of us ever getting married.
Oh, Rose, you know we said we'd wait until I got...
Derek, I am not waiting anymore. You'll never sweep me up and carry me away. Well, not anywhere I want to be carried. It's over, Derek. Finished. I'm going. Good night.
So I said to Mr. Herdeman, I'll go missing forever if you like, sir, I said. I'm a free agent, I am.
Walking up the aisle in a kind of daze. Do you get the wind up when the organ plays?
I was wondering, Ronnie.
What were you wondering, Derek?
Well, as I am the best man, can you tell me who the bride is?
I want that to be a surprise.
Of course, I've got my own idea.
Fair enough. I must say, Derek, I had a bit of a job tracking you down. I suppose I should have guessed you'd settle in Weston-super-Mare.
Well, I have an affection for Weston. It's where I was lobby for the very first time.
The 2:15 train for Bath, Bristol and Weston-super-Mare will leave from platform 7.
Where is he? Where is he?
It's 2:05, Miss Miller. Don't you think we...
Derek, we cannot leave without that oath. I'll kill him if he makes us miss this train. He's playing me about deliberately.
It certainly was not by accident. At 2 o'clock, I decided not to go at all. I mean, for God's sake, the brass-neck nerve of Herdiman.
You see, Lobby Ludd will spend one day in each of the popular seaside resorts, and the following day I shall run a column in which Lobby Ludd tells of his adventures. It'll make him a character as well as a face. But our Lobby Ludd's no journalist, so you will go with him and write it all up.
Oh, no. No.
In your hands, Ronnie, they'll make wonderful reading. Where he went, what he did, the people he talked to didn't spot him. And when he is caught, a description of how. And, of course, a pen portrait of the winner. A Ronnie Redcast special.
But it wouldn't be me. It'd be Lobby Ludd.
Oh, Ronnie, come on. Your wit, your style. Everyone in the business will know it's you.
I do not ghost for anyone.
Miss Miller particularly asked for you.
Miss Miller?
I'm putting her in charge.
In charge?
And she asked for you to be in her team. She's a great admirer of your talents.
Oh, is she? I'm touched.
It's a gold mine of an assignment, Ronnie. You can't turn it down.
I have.
I suppose you could try the News Chronicle. Oh, no, I forgot. You parted with them. And the Graphic, of course. I wouldn't really say you were the type for the Times. I see you've filed an application for another advance on your salary. Alimony payments overdue again?
You are a bastard, Mr. Herdiman.
Which is why I sit in the editor's chair. Be lovely at the seaside.
Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. I do.
Oh, I do. Yes, I do. The pier, the promenade, the concert parties, the ozone and the ice cream stands, and the crowds and the fun. I haven't been to the seaside since I can't remember when. Well, of course, Rose and I was saving up, so we never went anywhere very much. I could at least have taken her to Greenwich or somewhere, or even Southend. Oh, Rose. Could I ever forget her? Anyway, yes, I like Western. And of course, you could look across the channel to Wales.
There we are. Room 7, 8 and 25. 7 and 8 are on the first floor, 25 on the second.
You at the second floor, Derek? You've got young legs.
My legs are quite young enough to reach the second floor. You two boys can be next door to each other.
Dinner is served at 7 o'clock.
I always had dinner at dinner time. Dinner at 7. Oh, how posh.
May I take your order, sir?
Would you suggest the oxtail or the brown Windsor?
Oh, they're both very nice.
I'm sure they are, but I think I'll skip straight to the roast mutton.
There's an egg mayonnaise left over from lunch, if you'd like that to start, sir.
No, just the mutton.
I'll have the oxtail.
Mutton or fish?
What is the fish?
Oh, I'd have to find out.
It's all right. I'll have the mutton.
Sir?
Brown Windsor and mutton, please.
Very good, sir.
May we have the wine list?
Wine list? Oh, no, sir. We're a temperance hotel.
A temperance hotel? May I ask, Miss Miller, is this a light-hearted jest or provocation?
I had no idea it was a temperance hotel. Here, have some water. It won't kill any of us, will it? It's only one night.
No, I accept it as a greenhorn slip. Let's gobble this up and head for the pub.
I'm afraid we've some work to do tonight. Make sure we know what we're doing tomorrow.
I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Not in detail, you don't. We need to look at the town, walk around the places where Lobby has to be. There's a strict timetable to which we have to keep. We should learn the route from one place to another.
Fine. You learn it. I'll follow when tomorrow comes.
I'm sorry, Ronnie. I think you should be with us. Lobby Ludd is on trial, you know. If it's not a success, Mr. Herdiman will have no hesitation in cancelling it. It's imperative that we get tomorrow right.
Look, this is Lobby Ludd we're talking about. Not flying the Atlantic or the general strike. We are talking about a silly game. A grown man pretending to be someone he ain't. Let us not get delusions of grandeur, please.
It's neither deluded nor grand to want to do a job right. It's professional. We all need to be sure we're prepared for tomorrow.
Well, yes, I'd like to...
Shut up, Derek. Look, Miss Miller, when you asked for me to come on this job, you knew what sort of person I was. That sort of person I still am.
I asked for you. What gave you that idea?
Oh, come on, don't be coy. Joe told me you did.
I certainly did not. Mr. Herdiman ordered me to take you. I nearly turned the job down because of it. Oh, dear. Oh, poor Ronnie. Did you imagine I was panting for you? And had you planned occasionally to favour me?
There's nothing quite as nauseating in this world as the language of a so-called modern young woman. Excuse me all. I'm off to some licensed premises.
But what about your mutton?
Don't feel like the mutton.
Well, I'm sure for you they'd dress it as lamb.
Oh, good heavens, Miss Miller. What a ready wit. Did some star dance when you were born? Possibly Felix the cat?
Mr. Redcar, I'm just going to say this. I don't care what you think of me, my age or my experience. I'm in charge of this project. It's a very, very big chance for me, and if you do anything that might jeopardize it, I will telephone the editor and ask him to sack you. I think he'll do it. But if he doesn't, then I shall have to resign and find another job. Not, of course, that would worry you, and it needn't, because I'm good, and I'd easily get one. You might not be so lucky.
I might not care. I might see you tomorrow, and I might not. Bye.
Well, what an auspicious start.
I shouldn't worry, Miss Miller. Mr. Redcar has quite a reputation. But I'm sure it's, more bark than bite.
More whinge than bite.
And I believe he had a very difficult war.
Oh, good heavens, that finished 9 years ago. You don't whinge, weren't you in the war?
Sort of. I got wounded my first day in France.
How does that make it sort of?
I slipped on the ramp as we disembarked, broke my leg. That was the end for me.
Oh. Well, not your fault.
I'm very grateful you chose me for this job, Miss Miller. I shall do my very best not to let you down. Between us, I know we'll make it a success.
Yes.
How do you feel when you marry your ideal?
Taxi!
Ever so goosey, goosey.
Where to, madam?
Caxton Hall.
Go and do a wedding.
Yes, a wedding.
Nice day for it.
Nice day for a wedding. Is there such a thing? Especially a wedding to Ronnie Redcar. For a start, will he even turn up? Well, the thing you have to say about Ronnie, he never does what you expect him to. Take that first morning at Weston-super-Mare.
Morning, Miss Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Redcar. You look cheerful.
Ah, it had worked again. That smile I developed over many years to screen the horror of my hangover, to cover my blankness of the night before. What the hell had I been up to that night in Weston? I knew I'd been somewhere, done something. I had a few. Well, the rest would come back, and if it didn't, somebody sometime would remind me of it. Meanwhile, keep smiling.
Good morning, Miss Miller. Mr. Redcar. Well, this is exciting.
What is?
The birth of Lobby Ludd.
Lobby Ludd, the missing man, is in Weston-super-Mare today. This is your chance to win £50. Buy a copy of the Gazette, study the photograph of Lobby Ludd, find him, challenge him, and win £50. Lobby Ludd is here today.
Lobby Ludd? Who's Lobby Ludd?
Lobby Ludd? What a daft bloody name.
A timetable of his movements are in the Gazette. Lobby Ludd, the missing man... what the hell's he playing at? Mike's still on, Joe. Oh, God.
Did you say something, sir?
Sorry, officer. I just wondered why you were stopping us.
This section of the promenade is closed to vehicles today. Ivor Gordino is making a film here today, sir.
Ivor Gordino, that Ponce.
I may or may not agree with you, but I would not so express myself in the presence of my lady wife, who, in common with most of the ladies in the land, worships the ground on which Mr. Gordino walks. I'm afraid Lobby Ludd, whoever he is, must be content with second billing.
Our timetable said Lobby would be on the pier from 10 to 10:30. At 1 minute to 10... Are you ready, Derek?
I think so.
Repeat the challenge.
You are Lobby Ludd. and I claim the Gazette prize.
If anyone challenges you and gets the words wrong, what do you say?
You have made a mistake.
Right. But please, try not to get caught at all today. If Lobby Lud's going to work, the excitement must build. So whatever you do, don't act suspiciously. You're just an ordinary man on holiday.
Right.
We'll follow at a bit of a distance. Off you go, then.
Right.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
He walked towards the pier, shoulders tight with nerves, arms stiff at his side, glancing over his shoulder as if he thought the hound of the Baskervilles was about to pounce.
An ordinary man on holiday.
Follow him?
Yes.
Be quiet, isn't it?
It's a nice sunny morning. The pier should be packed. Why aren't they all here looking for Lobby?
Search me.
And what the hell's Derek doing?
He's feeding the cows, you said. Be an ordinary holidaymaker.
But he's got nothing to feed them with. Oh, my God.
What?
That man who's come out of the cafeteria. He's looking at Derek. And he's carrying a Gazette. He mustn't be caught yet. Now he's looking at you. Why is he looking at you?
He was looking at me. And some of the fog of the previous night suddenly and frighteningly began to lift.
There you go, Ronnie. Another pint.
Oh, you're a good man, Fred.
Old comrades stick together.
Right.
Amazing, isn't it? I don't know you, you don't know me. But for 3 blooming years, we couldn't have been more than a trench apart. Here's to Haig's backside.
That's all you saw of him.
Yeah.
Hey, did you ever use that place in the village just round the lines? Above that cafe? Jacques, his name was, wasn't it? Had those girls upstairs?
Oh, shush.
God, those girls worked.
I've seen a queue outside 100 yards long.
Did their bit for the war effort.
Wouldn't mind being in that queue now, instead of with my moaning family on holiday in Western.
Instead of playing nursemaid to Lobby Lud.
Lobby Lud?
Lobby Lud. You ever heard of anything so asinine?
I was reading about him in the paper.
Spot him tomorrow, win 50 quid.
You know him?
Of course I know him. That's why I'm here. I'm supposed to follow him around and write about him.
Hey, well, I mean, old comrades and all that. I dare say I could spot him myself, but just in case, couldn't you, never give a clue? I knew you, of course.
Fred. Oh, comrade. See me. You see him. It can be simpler. But on my money, I want to get it over with. On the pier, 10 o'clock. I'll give you a nod in his direction.
Ronnie, you're a pal.
He's staring at you, Ronnie. Do you know him?
No. Know him? No.
Oh, hell, it was Fred.
When you looked at Derek, he looked at Derek. Ronnie, what's going on?
I didn't mean to look at Derek.
He's going towards him. Do something.
Like what?
Hey, you! Excuse me, sir.
No, you can't. No, I saw him first.
Oh, sir, is that a Gazette you've got? I need a Gazette.
You haven't got a Gazette. You can't do it without a Gazette.
Oh, please let me have it. I've just seen Lobby Lud. Over there. He's just gone into the fortune tellers. Oh, good heavens. He looks a bit like this man here. You look a bit like Lobby Lud, sir.
Lobby Lud?
But the real one's in the fortune tellers. Oh, please give me the paper.
My old comrade looked across at me. I'm afraid I did the dirty on him. I nodded toward the fortune tellers.
The fortune teller?
Yes. He's just gone in. I need the paper to challenge him.
Well, you can't have mine. That's my £50.
I grabbed Derek and ran in the other direction. Come on! I thrust a shilling at the man in charge and threw us onto the ghost train. Oh, shut up, Derek. It's a painted face. Oh, what was that?
Ectoplasm, I think. You handled that brilliantly back there, Miss Miller.
Thank you, Ronnie.
It was brilliant. Right. But was it fair?
What?
Fair? Well, what he did to him. I mean, was it fair?
Fair? For God's sake, Derek. There's no crowds where they should be. You're playing Lobby Lud like a mentally retarded child of 5. Where does fair come into it?
I'm sorry. I was doing my best.
Ronnie!
I'm sorry. I've got a thing about spiders, especially that size.
I'm sure you were doing your best, Derek, but think of the headlines in tomorrow's paper. Huntable! Lobby Lud starts at 10 a.m. Lobby Lud caught at 1 minute past. Mr. Herdeman will not be amused and my career will be out of the window. Would you call that fair?
I suppose not.
When we get out of here, it's time for the promenade. If we use our heads and keep calm, we'll get this show on the road. So this is where all the people are.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The director of the film, Mr. Carl Stromberger, will now address you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the scene in which Count Michael, played by Ivor Gordino, having dived from his boat and rescued the child, carries her from the sea. As he brings her to the shore, the camera will pan around and we will see you all. So, please, those of you who wish to stay and watch, please all cheer his heroic deed. Stand by for action.
They shouldn't be watching this. They should be searching for Lobby.
Oh, there's Ivor Gordino.
I can't see him. Where is he?
For God's sake, don't say he gives your heart a flutter.
I'm just curious, that's all.
Hey, he comes, you can't miss him, can you? He's the Ponce.
Ivor, take the child into the sea.
The great Ivor Gordino picked up the child. It seemed to me he didn't like her much. I thought I could lip read what he was saying.
God, you're a tongue. You're stuffing yourself.
I'll tell Mummy what you said.
Shut up or I'll drown you.
That's fine now, 5-4. Sink to your knees. All cameras, on action, get up and come ashore. Action. You are tired, Count Michael. Stumble, good. Extras, raise your arms and cheer, Count Michael. Look up. Thank God for the child is saved.
I shan't. Head back, you stupid kid. You're supposed to be half dead.
Count Michael, come ashore.
Oh, he's good, isn't he? Isn't he good?
Maintainers, cheer. Raising beauties, stand by to wash up to Count Michael. Go. The first one there, kiss him. Kiss Count Michael. Cut!
Oh, sloppy lips.
Good, very good. Okay, now, we come in for the close-up. Who was the girl who kissed him? We must have the same girl for continuity.
It was me, Mr. Stromberger.
What's your name?
Rose!
Rose?
Her name is Rose.
Rose? It was Rose. My Rose. With Ivor Gordino. My Rose.
Okay, Rose. Let us have the kiss again.
No.
What's happening? Where's Derek going? He's running down to the beach. Has he gone bananas?
Rose!
Oh, my God, there's that man from the pier. He's going after Derek.
It was Fred. Fortunately, he glanced at me to check that he had the right lobby this time. I shook my head and nodded towards a man on the promenade.
He's going towards Ivor Gordino.
Who is?
Derek, what the hell is he up to?
Where are you going?
Come on!
As she headed for the steps which led to the beach, I saw Fred confronting the innocent man.
You are Lobby Lad, and I claim the Gazette prize.
I'm not Lobby Lad.
You are Lobby Lad.
Mabel, am I Lobby Lad?
He's not Lobby Lad.
Before Fred had the chance to look back at me, I hid behind the ice cream stall.
Rose!
Hey, that man looks like Lobby Lad. That one running across the beach.
Don't be silly, Henry. He's in the film. Why would Lobby Lad be in the film?
Okay, in close-up, we see Rose kiss Ivor again.
No.
Who is this? Who are you?
Derek?
Rose? Why are you kissing this man?
Will someone get this person away?
You shut your mouth, pipsqueak.
Help! There's a madman
Who
here!
is this crazy man? Get him off!
What are you doing kissing him?
Help!
The police! Where is the puppy?
You're nearly naked and you're kissing him.
Yes, I'm kissing him. I'm a bathing belle, Derek. I've got into pictures. So stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
You're my fiancé.
Fat chance. I wasted 2 years of my life for you. I'm with Ivor Gordino now.
You mean she's with you?
With me?
Have you taken my girl?
Why would I want her? Take her. Let go of my arm.
You cannot take her. She has a shop to do.
All right. What's the trouble here now?
Officer, he's holding my arm.
Sergeant, sir, not officer.
I want to talk to Rose.
First things first, sir. First things first. Drop the gentleman's arm.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry, I just wanted to...
Oh, what part of Wales are you from, sir?
Huh?
What part of Wales?
Oh, yeah, near Aberystwyth. Now, look, all I wanted...
Aberystwyth. That's lovely. You know, sometimes I stand on the beach and look across the few miles to Wales, and I think to myself...
Bobby, please, to hell with Wales! We are trying to make a picture!
And what part of the world are you from, sir?
It's not your concern. In the war, I was not at the front.
I'm not saying you were, sir. All I'm saying is you're in Britain now, and we sort things out in a peaceful fashion. Now, let's have some names and addresses, shall we?
Derek, what's the matter? What's going on?
This is Rose.
Rose?
My Rose.
Do you know this gentleman, madam?
Of course I do.
Then kindly get him away from here, Sergeant. Remove this man at once, or I will report you to your superiors.
Will you, sir? Will you? You're Ivor Godino, aren't you, sir?
Of course I am.
I saw you in Hero of the Trenches.
I saw that.
Oh, really, sir? What did you think of it?
It was tripe.
I have to agree with you, sir. I thought it was an insult to ex-servicemen.
I don't care what you thought. Do your duty, Sergeant. Remove that man.
May I make a suggestion?
Who the hell are you?
Your reputation for charm is deserting you, sir.
How long do you need to talk to her for?
5 minutes, that's all. All I want to do is make her see sense.
I saw sense when I left him.
Oh, 5 minutes, please.
Oh, come on, miss. What is there to lose? Just 5 minutes. We'll time it.
It won't do any good.
It will get on with the picture. I am your director. I order this.
When I came out from behind the ice cream stall, I saw the film crew and artistes having a tea break. Louise joined me and explained the situation. I followed her nod to see Derek and some girl in a bathing suit standing together in the distance, having an obviously emotional tete-a-tete.
3 minutes to go.
By the look of things, I'd hardly say our Derek was winning out. Still, make a tasty story for my column tomorrow. Lobby Lud assaults Ivor Godino. Missing man rejected in love. On second thoughts, perhaps I'll sell it to the Mail or the Chronicle. Name my own price.
Thank you, Ronnie. Why not borrow that little kid's bucket? Get some salt water and rub it in my wounds.
Oh, come on, Miss Miller. I didn't expect self-pity from you.
It's not self-pity, it's facing facts. This whole enterprise is rapidly becoming a total disaster and nobody but me seems to kill two roots.
Are you asking for help?
Of course I am.
Right, then. You shall have it. That's all that's needed, see? A little less Miss Bossy, a little more please, and Ronnie Redco's on your side.
I did not
say...
say...
all right, you did not lower yourself to say please. It doesn't matter. I've spoken, and I'm with you from now.
Thank you. But is it too late?
For goodness sake, it's only 20 to 12. There's plenty of time to put the day right. Leave Derek to me. I don't care if his heart's broken or not. When his 5 minutes are up, he'll be Lobby Lud or he'll have me to answer to. This business is going to be a success. Take my word. Nothing else will...
Hey, you! You! Yes, you I'm talking to. I want a few bloody words with you.
And suddenly I went very cold as more of the fog that had obscured the events of the previous night lifted to bring back memory.
Mademoiselle from Almonteil's parlez-vous. Mademoiselle from Almonteil, parlez-vous. Mademoiselle from Almonteil hasn't been seen for... Hey. I go this way, Ronnie.
Oh, night, Fred.
Night, Ronnie. 10 o'clock on the pier.
I'll be there. 20 years, pinky parlez-vous. Ooh. Oh, yes. Be nice.
Yes, as Willie Shakespeare said, liquor provoketh lechery, something like that. And I had had much liquor. Only once before had I been in Weston, on some story or other. Bigham's vicar, that was it. Poisoned his mother's-in-law. While I was digging the dirt on that, I had a little adventure of my own. A waitress from the lobster pot. As I weaved away from Fred, I suddenly remembered where she lived and found my feet turning towards her door.
Mademoiselle from Superman, parlez-vous. Mademoiselle from Superman, parlez-vous.
Hello?
Excuse me, madam. Did you order some winkles?
Ronnie!
Sally!
Sylvie?
Sylvie, of course.
You twerp. Winkles was the daytime code.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Tomcat, have you lost a...
It's all right. He's away. Get in quick. Neighbours? Oh, Ronnie, I thought you'd never come back.
Yes, it all augured very well. We put the gramophone on. We had a few drinks. We were just getting down to the serious action.
What the hell's going on here?
George and his ship had returned to port. Fortunately, he had a very large kit bag on his shoulder, which just gave me the chance to scoot back door and the garden fence, somehow back to that hotel, and a few more drinks to try and steady my thumping heart. And now, on the prom, it was thumping again.
I'm coming for you! Stay right where you are!
I did not obey.
Chick, 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 lay a little egg for me. Chick, 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 I want one for my...
Oh, Rose! Rose! Is that your final word?
That's my final word.
The full 5 minutes is kaput. Sir, we speak the king's language in Western-super-Mare.
Whatever the language, the 5 minutes were up. I watched them move back to Ivor Gordino.
Action!
I watched my Rose kiss Ivor Gordino.
More passion! More passion! Good, good! Oh, you'll have the man on fire!
No, she wasn't acting. Norma Shearer couldn't act as well as that. It was finally over. I knew what I'd do.
I'll join the Legion, that's what I'll do. And in some far distant region, where human hearts...
Derek, you are not going to run away anywhere. You're going to pull yourself together and be Lobby Ludd. We should have been in the fish market an hour ago. They'll be looking for you there.
Cockles, mussels, winkles, all fresh. 2 plates of mussels, please.
Hey! You!
Me?
You are Lobby Ludd, and I claim the Gazette prize.
I'm not Lobby Ludd.
You are Lobby Ludd.
I'm not Lobby Ludd.
Don't lie to me. Here's this photograph. You look a dead spit of Lobby Ludd. Give me the money. You are Lobby Ludd.
I watched all this through a little grill high up in the wall of the fish market gents. I had to stand on the seat to do so, of course. Poor Fred. I felt very responsible. I practically promised him the £50.
I know you're in there! And when you come out, I'll be waiting for you!
Yeah, that was the reason I was locked in the gents. I'd simply have to stick it out till George got either bored or hungry. At least I had something to sit on. I did wonder a little about Lobby Ludd, but I consoled myself that they'd manage without me.
That was why I wanted to be Lobby Ludd, see? I thought I'd forget her, lose myself in someone else. Then on the first day, there she is. How can fate play a trick like that?
Derek, you seem to me to have 3 choices left. You can sit here staring at the sea until they come and cart you off. You can find yourself a convenient cliff and say goodbye to everything. Or you can get yourself down to the Pierrot show for our final date at 3:45.
All my cares and woe, here I go, singing low, bye, bye, blackbird.
He chose the Pierrots over the madhouse and the cliff, and we had tickets to prove he'd kept the appointment. Once inside, we separated. I had a spare seat beside a couple and their kid. Then I realised it was the man who had been chasing Lobby.
Been cheated, Doris.
You're not still on about that Lobby Ludd.
She gave my bloke said he was in the trenches. He was deliberately leading me astray.
I wouldn't mind betting he was really a conche. Fred, you've been at that all day. Now we've come to see a show. Let's forget Lobby Ludd and...
My God!
What's the matter now?
That bloke has just come in. It's the one I thought it was at first. It was him all along. I bet it was.
Fred! But Fred was up and heading for Derek. Well, what did it matter? Of course, I'd rather he hadn't been caught the first day, but at least it was nearly 4 o'clock and he could claim a fairly decent run.
You.
Me?
You are lobby lad, and I claim £50. You heard what I said. You are lobby lad. Give me £50.
You have made a mistake.
I have made no mistake.
You have made a mistake.
You have made a mistake, playing a fool with me. Are you gonna give me the £50?
I am sorry. You have made a mistake.
God, no!
How's the eye now?
Pretty sore.
The man was obviously mad. Perhaps you should have just given him the prize.
He couldn't have the prize. He got the wording wrong. He should have said, I claim the Gazette prize. Mr. Hardiman said, if the wording's wrong, I have to say, you have made a mistake. I think Mr. Redcar's missed the train.
I could murder him. Murder him. I don't know why we're bothering to go to Torquay at all. It's bound to all get called off tomorrow morning.
Do you think it will?
Of course it will. There'll be no column in tomorrow's paper, will there? And if there was, it'd be about a farce.
My heart went out to her. She was such a kind and wonderful woman. I couldn't bear for it all to go wrong for her.
Torquay. Derek and I met up for breakfast. We ate very little of the eggs and bee. Doom and gloom were all around.
Shall I pop out for a Gazette?
I do not wish to read the Gazette.
No. I shouldn't have mentioned it. Toast?
No. Thank you.
Nor will I. Well, are you going to phone Mr. Hardiman?
I don't think I need waste the money, Derek. I think Mr. Hardiman will telephone me.
Morning, all!
Ronnie!
My God, I am starving. I must have some breakfast before we kick off.
What the hell have you been up to, Ronnie?
Well, I'm sorry to say that my adventures are a little too sordid for a modern young woman's ears. My presence here being entirely due to a nice Welsh sergeant from the local police, who last night arrested a man for loitering in a public convenience, thus enabling me to catch the milk train. 8 hours of hell calling at every little halt. But what about Lobby's adventures, then? What do you think of the column? Rather good, eh?
What column?
In the Gazette, of course. Just made the deadline last night. Allow me to quote, "Big successful lobby lad in Weston-super-Mare. Thousands hunt for our missing man. Will Torquay succeed where Weston failed?" Wonderful description of what you got up to. Comic situations, hair's breadth escapes. You did escape, didn't you? Don't tell me you're caught.
No, I wasn't caught.
God for that.
This is what you wrote?
Yep. Take a look.
But it's all poppycock.
Poppycock? It is a masterpiece. It's not the Bible, Louise. It's a newspaper. Mr. Hardiman was bouncing with joy. Happy as a sandman. Congratulates us all. The nation is drooling for Lobby Lud.
How do you feel when you marry your ideal? Ever so goosey, 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 goosey.
Next and all, miss.
Thank you. A newly married couple were just leaving the building.
So, she's next to live happily ever after?
Huh. I skirted the confetti and went up the steps. The plaque outside said Registrar of Births, Deaths and Marriages. Which one was Ronnie most in need of? I found him and Derek in the waiting room.
Louise! You're here!
Of course I'm here.
Can I kiss you?
Is it legal?
Does it matter?
No.
Oh.
Hello, Derek.
Hello, Louise.
Been a long time.
Yep. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Was Louise the bride? I was summoning up my courage to ask when...
Good morning to you all.
Mr. Hardiman.
Hello, Joe.
Hello, you old bastard.
You can afford to call me that now.
Always did behind your back. Good to see you, though. Makes the circle complete.
Oh, what an era we represent. The greatest days of the Gazette. And at the centre of it, a little idea that turned into a phenomenon. A phenomenon called Lobby Lud.
Yes, he was right. It was a phenomenon. After Ronnie's first report, an almost instant phenomenon. Everywhere we went, people were obsessed with finding Lobby Ludd.
Mr. Lobby Ludd had many narrow escapes at Clacton-on-Sea yesterday, but got safely away with his £50. Today, the hunt moves on to Southend.
Derek threw himself into the part.
I liked being missing. I wanted to be missing. With no hope of Rose, it was best to be missing. They wouldn't catch me.
Lobby Ludd escapes again. How Southend did not win the £50.
An immense number of people at Ramsgate yesterday tried to save me the trouble of entering Hastings today with £100 upon my head.
Look! There's Lobby Ludd!
Where?
Over there!
I saw one man sitting in despair on the grass in the midst of a challenging crowd because he could not convince them that he was not the elusive Lobby Ludd.
Lobby Ludd's thrills! An amazing day in Brighton. Escapes among great crowds.
I approached a kiosk near the Palace Pier and asked for toffee. The man thought I asked for coffee and said, we only have camping bottles. Now we must remember that.
It was me! It was me! I remember it! Ethel, I served that Lobby Ludd! We could have won £100.
You drip.
Everywhere I went, I heard people talking about me.
That's him.
It isn't.
I tell you it is.
Excuse me, sir.
Can I help you, miss?
That man over there, do you think he's Lobby Ludd?
He looks a bit like him.
I told you so. I'm gonna challenge him.
She challenged him, and I walked on, alone in the crowd. The missing man.
Some people were even beginning to believe that it was all a hoax. There was no such person as the missing man. I even took Derek to a solicitor, who swore a guarantee that he fitted the description and the photograph. But no one had yet won anything. And at the beginning of the third week, the prize rose to £150. On the train to Bournemouth, Derek was very chipper.
12 days, and they haven't caught me yet.
Derek, I've no wish for you to compromise your standards, but are you becoming too clever for the public's good?
How can I be too clever? I'm a missing man. I want to stay missing. I have an unfaithful wife who wants my money, and she's told the police I committed a crime. I've committed no crime, but nobody believes me, and I've no proof that I'm innocent. On top of that, I've fallen in love with another girl. If I go to prison, I'm bound to lose her. I've got to be clever if I'm to stay free.
Derek, forgive me, but are you retarded?
I am not retarded, Ronnie. I'm a man who needs to believe what I am doing. And to believe it, I need to have reason. Those are the reasons I have in my mind. Today, I stood right beside a man who shouted, Lobby Ludd is on the pier. You've got 3 minutes to catch him. I was too sharp for them, though. I just joined in the hunt. Where is he? I shouted. Where's Lobby Ludd? Well, they'd never expect me to be looking for myself. No. They'll never get me. Never.
Derek, I don't think you've quite got the idea of this. If we run a competition which nobody ever wins, the public will very soon lose interest. Do you understand? Then the paper would lose interest, and there'd be no more Lobby Ludd.
No more Lobby Ludd?
No more Lobby Ludd. He stared at me. The very idea seemed to strike terror in him. Ronnie's column describing the events that followed went something like this. Scene: a very modest boarding house in Bournemouth. Mr. and Mrs. Williams are having breakfast.
Dear, oh dear. What a sad letter, Megan.
Oh, our poor boy. He sounds near despair.
We should never have come on this holiday, Megan.
Oh, Morgan, you weren't to know. You always promised us a week in Bournemouth. Bournemouth was your Mecca, you said. You scraped and saved for years for this, to celebrate our golden wedding.
£12 it cost us. We could have had that.
£12 wouldn't get them to Canada, Morgan.
Canada is his only hope, he says. Take the whole family there to join his brother. If only you and I could go too, he said.
Oh, I'd love to hug our Johnny again, and the 3 grandchildren we've never seen.
No, dreams, Megan. Dreams.
How much would it cost?
Oh, About £150.
Yes, dreams.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes! Pray silence for his worship the mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Lobby Lud, the missing man, was this morning spotted and correctly challenged by a visitor to Bournemouth, the Queen of Resorts. I take great pleasure in presenting the Gazette's cheque for £150 to the very first successful sleuth, Mrs. Megan Williams.
Oh, Megan. God bless the Gazette.
And so everybody was satisfied. Now that they knew the money to be won was real, the British public showed its true character.
Out of the way, I'm going to win it.
I'm going to win it.
I'm going to win it.
You may win it sometime. I'll win it first.
They began to run special trains for people to join in the search.
The Lobby Lud Express, the excursion to Blackpool, will leave platform 3 at 1:20 a.m.
What time do we get there, Fred?
6:20 in the morning. And we don't leave to come back till nearly midnight. 17 hours to search. I'll get him this time.
He didn't get me in Blackpool. Nobody did. There were special trains to try and catch me nearly everywhere I went. I was joked about at the music hall.
Henry! What are you doing in that woman's bedroom?
Looking for Lobby Lud.
And of course, they wrote a song about me.
Westminster Gazette, 100...
I think in that summer of 27, I was the most famous man in Britain. From Llandudno to Morecambe, from Skegness to Penzance, they marvelled at my hair's breadth escapes. From time to time, somebody won £50 or £100 and thought themselves very smart when they did. But most of the time, I was just too clever.
Have you seen him? Oh. Have you seen him? Oh, yeah. Have you seen Lobby Lud, the mystery man?
Yes. What a summer that was, eh, Derek?
Oh, yes, it was, Mr. Hardyman.
And you sold some copies of the Gazette. Beautiful columns you wrote for us, Ronnie.
Yes, I did.
Always knew you had a bestseller in you.
Excuse me. Mr. Redcar?
Yes?
We're very nearly ready for you.
My bride will not be late. She's timed her entrance to the minute.
I see. I'll return for you and, Miss Stokes very shortly, then.
Miss Stokes?
Miss Stokes?
Miss Stokes from typing?
So this is the mysterious bride.
Very soon to be Mrs. Ronnie Redcar.
I refuse to allow you the expenses for your very first date. Oh, Ronnie, you can have them for a wedding present.
You're too generous.
As I remember, Miss Stokes, she was rather a timid little thing.
Well, I think Miss Stokes will surprise you.
Ronnie, anyone who's agreed to marry you is bound to surprise me.
Touché. So, you've read my book then, Joe?
Not exactly. I thought I'd see the picture first.
Well, not long to wait. It opens next week.
Oh, you must read the book, Mr. Hardyman. It's a wonderful story. It's about this man who discovers his wife is unfaithful, and she's trying to get hold of his money. And when she can't, she accuses him of a crime he didn't commit. But he can't prove he didn't. So he goes missing.
That's why it's called The Missing Man, I suppose.
I sometimes thought, I hope you don't mind me saying this, Ronnie, I sometimes thought he was a little like me.
Say it, by all means, Derek.
And there's this very intelligent woman he meets. She seems a bit stuck up at first, but only because she's independent. And they have such a passionate affair. I hope you won't mind me saying this, Louise, but she reminded me a little bit of you.
How could she, Derek? Her name's Lucy.
Oh, well, yes. Yes and no. I didn't mean that... Well, it's a work of fiction, after all.
Quite right.
A work of art. And as such, is still a living thing. Our missing man had to come to an end.
Yes, the seaside resorts were closing down, and Lobby Lud's season was at an end. The last day was in Scarborough.
I was determined to go out on a winning note. But of course, most of the holiday makers had gone, and there wasn't much of a crowd to go missing in. Anyway, my heart was so full of it all coming to an end, splitting up, having to say goodbye to Louise, that my mind was elsewhere for most of the day. At about 3:30, just half an hour before I clocked off, I was watching a Punch and Judy show, when suddenly a young lady looked across at me. I hurried away. She hurried after me.
Hey, sir! Just a minute, sir!
Of course, I had to stop.
You are Lobby Lud, and I claim the Gazette Prize.
I'd been caught. I'd failed, and she had won £100. Well, what did it matter? It was all over now, and she seemed a very nice girl.
No sound as welcome as a champagne cork.
Here's to Lobby Lud.
To Lobby Lud.
Lobby Lud. God bless him and goodbye.
Well, never know. They might want him back next year.
Not with me, matey. You, Miss Miller?
Ronnie, I did say you can call me Louise.
Well, I've got fond of Miss Miller. What are you going to do next?
Well, I'll see what Joe Herdeman offers me, and if I don't like it, I'll trade on this triumph and move on to fresh fields. Eventually, I plan to have my own press agency.
Oh, hello then. So it's, Watch Out Reuters.
Oh, don't mock it. What's your ambition, Derek?
How could I tell her she was my ambition? How could I tell her I worshipped her?
Have you got any plans?
Oh, I don't know. Haven't really thought about it.
One thing I'm certain of, Miss Miller. Be good to tread the streets of London again.
Oh, won't it just?
If I never see another stick of rock.
Or another plate of winkles.
Or another promenade.
And so they went on and on and on. More champagne, more laughs, more goodbye to all that. And when we finished dinner, and they retired to the bar to continue to merry-make, I made my excuses and escaped to the front. It was a lovely night with a crescent moon. I stood by the rails on Ronnie's dreaded promenade, watching the silver waves lap the shore.
Hello, Lobby Lud.
It was the girl who'd won the £100. Oh, hello. Miss,
Stamford. Jenny Stamford.
Oh, yes, that's right. Lovely evening, innit?
Yes. I love the front at this time. Have it more or less to yourself.
You live round here, don't you?
That's right. I work in the North Pole ice cream parlour. It was my afternoon off. That's how I was there to catch you.
Oh,
Must be a nice life, yours. Travelling round all the time, trying to hide from people like that. Like wonderful games we used to play as kids.
Last day of our season today, though. No Lobby Lud tomorrow.
Oh, dear. Still, I suppose in some ways you'll be glad of the rest.
No. No, I won't be at all. I don't want a rest. I am Lobby Lud, see? My name's Derek Gower, but I'm not Derek Gower anymore. I'm Lobby Lud, the missing man. Oh, I'm sorry. What a stupid thing to say.
It doesn't sound stupid.
Doesn't it?
No. I'm all sorts of people in my head. And a lot of the time I'd rather be them than me.
I was quite amazed. She seemed to understand at once. We sat on a bench and talked and talked. And I explained what a failure Derek was and how exciting Lobby was. And I told her about Rose and how Lobby had got me over that. And then I told her about Louise. Oh, the wonderful Louise. And the passion Lobby had for her. Lobby Lud, not Derek. Derek wouldn't dare.
What happened when Lobby Lud told her about it?
Told her about it?
You haven't told her about it?
Oh, I couldn't.
You don't want to.
Of course I want to. We're splitting up tomorrow. Of course I want to.
Then do it. Tell this Louise how you feel about her. Do it.
You're quite a girl, aren't you? Don't want a chap to get off the hook.
Do it, Lobby. Go on. Take a chance. For me.
I ready well will. I'll do it. I will. I'll do it now. I ran back to the hotel bar.
The lady's left, sir. I heard her say she was tired.
For a moment I was thrown. But I knew I'd never get the courage again. It had to be now or never. She was in number 17. I ran up the stairs and along the corridor. I knocked on the door of a room.
Who is it?
It's me, Louise. Lobby.
Derek? What do you want?
I must speak to you, Louise. It's very important.
Oh, not now, Derek. I'm very tired.
Yes, now. Now. It has to be now.
Look, Derek, I'm terribly sorry, but it will have to wait till morning.
It couldn't wait till morning. I wouldn't dare in the morning. I tried the handle. The door wasn't locked. Cover yourself, Louise. I'm coming in. I threw open the door. Louise was in bed, holding the sheet up to her chin.
Hello, Derek.
Ronnie was in bed with her.
Has the hotel caught fire?
Poor Derek. He blushed to the roots. I never did learn what it was that was so important. Seeing Ronnie in my bed seemed to knock it out of his head. He retreated, and we went back to our one and only night of passion. Now the work was over, it seemed okay to let myself go. And yes, oh yes, it was very okay.
It was very okay.
But I had plans, and he had plans, and they did not involve each other.
Next day, we took the train to London. I remember we were all very quiet. At King's Cross, we shook hands and went separate ways, because Mr. Herdiman had given us a holiday. When I got back to the Gazette, Ronnie and Louise had left for pastures new. And now, Ronnie Redcar is getting married. And not to Louise. That's what you call ironical.
Walking up the aisle in a kind of daze. Do you get the wind up when the organ plays?
Ronnie, my darling, I am here. I am not late for the wedding, I hope.
Miss Stokes from typing? Well, we couldn't see her face. It was swathed in scarves as if she'd stepped straight from the harem. But her accent, what was it?
Darling, you are precise to the minute as I said you would be.
Well, my dear, so you were one of my typists.
I was what?
Sorry, Joe. A little subterfuge, I'm afraid. We didn't want the world's press here, so we gave my bride a pseudonym. I thought Miss Stokes would amuse Louise.
You can say that again.
Darling, will you show them who you are?
With a theatrical gesture, she unswathed her face.
Good God! Ruler Rosata!
The one and only. Ruler, this is Joe Herdiman.
I'm thrilled to meet you, Ruler.
And I am most charmed to meet you.
Ruler Rosata, Finland's answer to Greta Garbo.
Ruler, of course, is playing the lead in the film of the missing man.
Did that mean she was playing me?
Ruler, this is Louise Miller.
I'm pleased to meet you.
And I, you. I have heard so much about you.
Oh, really? That's nice.
Excuse me, Mr. Redcar. The registrar is ready to perform the ceremony.
All right, then. Let's get... Hey, where's the best man? Isn't he back from powdering his nose? I've got a rather nervous best man, Ruler. But without him, I would not have written my book. And without my book... Ah, Derek, there you are. I was just telling Ruler, you are partly responsible for my meeting her. Ruler, this is Derek. Derek, not Miss Stokes from typing, but, as I am sure you recognise, this is Ruler.
Ruler?
Ruler Rosata, the film star, Derek.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't go to the pictures myself. I had an unhappy experience with a film once, and I'm sorry, but since then...
He stopped in mid-sentence, staring at her face.
I am charmed to meet you. Ronnie, should we not be getting in and becoming man and wife?
Yes, come on, let's...
Just a minute. She's not Ruler. She's Rose.
Rose? Who's Rose?
Rose! She's dyed her hair and she's putting on a funny voice, but she is Rose.
What is this, Ronnie? Why this silly man hold us up?
I may be silly, but I know you. You're not Ruler Rosata from I don't know where. You're Rose Gumper from Garrett Lane. I used to love you.
I do not know what you are...
Heavens, yes, I believe you are. You've changed quite a lot, but I remember you from Western Supermare.
Western Supermare?
She's never been to Weston-super-Mare. You never saw Ruler in Weston-super-Mare.
You never saw her in Weston-super-Mare. As I remember, you'd skulked off somewhere. I saw her kissing Ivor Gordino, and when she did that, her name was Rose.
Her name is Ruler.
Well, it used to be Rose.
Well, it's not Rose now, it's Ruler Rosata. So stuff that in your pipe, Derek Gower.
My God, what a story! Excuse me, I must phone it in.
Oh, no, you don't, Joe. I recognised her. My agency's got this.
Sorry, Louise, out of the way, please.
It's my story.
What a bet.
Just a minute. If Ruler Rosata's not Ruler Rosata, then the story is mine. It's copyright to me.
Copyright?
Don't be daft. How can it be copyright?
Her name is her property. When she's married to me, her name will be mine.
You're not married to her yet.
I very soon will be. Come on, Ruler, let's go.
Ronnie, you will sell this story.
Oh, Rose, stop using that stupid voice.
Oh, shut up, Derek Gower. You will sell this story.
Oh, come on, Ruler. It's a wonderful story. I've got to sell it. I'm a journalist.
Then the marriage is off.
Off?
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 Yes, it's bloody well off.
This is an even better story.
And it's mine.
It's mine.
I tell you, it's mine. It's me she's not going to marry. It's mine.
Ever so goosey, 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 goosey.
I pleaded. I begged. And in the end, I made them see sense. It wasn't Rose's fault that she was ruler. It's what the studios had turned her into. Just like me and Lobby Ludd. It wasn't fair to destroy it for her. I laid it on as only a Welshman can. And as only a Welshman can, I got away with it. Even Mr. Herdiman's eye had a tear. They all agreed to keep the story quiet.
I went back to the Dorchester and had a few drinks with Ronnie. Later, much later, in his rather sumptuous bed. You don't want to go to California, Ronnie.
Don't I?
Not by yourself. My agency will need a war correspondent. You'd be marvellous. Just what the nation would need.
Work for you?
Oh, why not? We're a very good team. He rang down for some more champagne. But I knew I'd got him. Not before time.
I went back to our boarding house in Weston-super-Mare. Jenny had waited supper for me. Jenny, who had won my last £100.
Nice day.
Yes, wasn't too bad.
How was Louise?
Oh, she seemed fine. Never really my sort, you know.
Of course I know. I always knew.
What's that?
It's the air raid siren. They warned us they'd be trying it out. Just in case, you know.
Ah. After supper, I went into the sitting room as usual, just to make sure the guests were happy.
Yes, thank you. Very happy. Aren't we, Fred?
Very happy, thank you.
Recommended to us, were you?
Oh, not really, no. Doris and I were looking for somewhere and we saw the name on your board. Lobbies. Reminded us of that Lobby Ludd. Is it called after him?
Well, yes. He was quite famous in his time.
Oh, I should say. Last time we were here, I was chasing him. Chased him all over England. Didn't we, Doris?
You mean you did, Fred? I just tagged along.
Never caught him, of course.
No, I believe he was rather an elusive chap.
Too right. You look a little bit like him, you know. Anyone ever told you that?
Oh, occasionally.
You are Lobby Ludd and I claim the prize.
I claim the Gazette prize.
Yes, that was it. Happy days.
Happy days.
In Lobby Ludd, Derek was played by Yestin Jones, Ronnie Malcolm Story, and Louise by Melanie Walters. Herdiman was Douglas Livingstone, Rose was Deborah Berlin, Fred was David Bannerman, and Jenny was Ruth Jones. Stromberger was Stephen Thorne, Ivor Gordino was Howell Morgan, the police sergeant was Wayne Forrester, Megan was Margaret John, Doris was Manon Edwards, and Henry was Robert Harper. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Lobby Ludd was written by Douglas Livingstone and directed in Wales by Alison Hindle.
Have you seen him? Oh. Have you seen him? Oh, yeah. Have you seen Lobby Ludd, the mystery man?
Saturday Playhouse. The date is a Sunday in August 1943. The place is a manse in the northwest of Scotland.
We present Mr. Beaufry by James Bridie, adapted for radio by Donald Campbell. The time is August 1943, and the place is Larach, in the northwest of Scotland. Mr. Beaufry.
Indulge my soul a serious pause. Recollect all the gay things that were wont to dazzle thy eyes and inveigle thy affections. Here examine those baits of sense. Here form an estimate of their real value. Suppose thyself first among the favourites of fortune, who revel in the lap of pleasure, who shine in the robes of honour, and swim in tides of unexhausted riches. Yet, how soon would the passing bell proclaim thy exit? And when once the iron call has summoned thee to thy future reckoning, where would all these gratifications be? At that period, how will all the pageantry of the most affluent, splendid and luxurious circumstances vanish into thin air?
I ain't got that. Who's supposed to have murdered who?
Nobody's murdered anybody.
Well, who's this bloke supposed to be talking to?
To anybody. To you.
Oh, he is he? Well, then he don't know me. Swimming tides of unexhausted riches? He don't say anything about skirts, does he?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot about blokes dying and skirts howling over them. Would you like me to read you a bit?
No, I thank you. I thank you kindly. I am much obliged, but I should not think of troubling you. I don't like howling skirts. I like joyful skirts. I'd give a week's pay to see one this moment.
You damp down your libido, cocky. There aren't any skirts round here.
No. And if there were, there ain't much to make them joyful. What a country.
Well, the sun was shining the last time I looked out.
Yes. You could see across the loch. They say hereabouts when you can see across the loch, it's going to rain. And when you can't see across the loch, it is raining.
Hello.
Oh. Hello.
Hello, you two.
Hello, miss.
Who are you?
A joyful skirt.
You heard us talking.
Yes, I heard you. I hesitated for years. I was too shy to come in till you said what you liked, so then I came.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I'm not that sort of chap at all. I'm not really. But you know how it is when two blokes gets chilling together.
Oh, yes, that's all right. May I have a book?
Oh, yes, sir, please.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, not at all. It's a pleasure.
I'm the minister's niece.
No. Really, are you?
Yes, my name's Jean Ogilvy. What are your names?
Cully's mine.
Gunner Cohen, miss.
Tom.
Gordon.
Well, do sit down, Tom and Gordon. I won't be a minute. Are you from the gun position on the hill?
Yes.
I heard you were billeted here. Must be pretty dull for you.
You have said it.
Where do you come from? London?
Yes, little shop in the Borough Road.
You two?
More or less, yes.
So do I. I'm a typist and teapot carrier at the Ministry of Interference. I was blitzed about a bit and they sent me for a week's holiday. That's why I'm still in my dressing gown.
I see.
I only came yesterday. The hills are nice, don't you think?
Very nice.
How do you like my uncle?
He seems like a very nice gentleman.
And there's no doubt about my aunt being nice, so it's all very nice together, only dull. I must see about getting you cheered up a bit. But my uncle's so damned strict.
He is a bit, isn't he?
Yes, it's funny. He's very intelligent, too. I'm no match for him. Are you intelligent?
I used to think I was. Cohen certainly is.
Then we must tackle him tonight, after evening service.
Well, it will be a pleasure.
Will it be a pleasure for you too? Oh, I say, look here. I can't call you Gordon. Haven't you got another name?
The boys sometimes calls me Conk.
May I?
Yes. If you like.
Conk, will you help me with my uncle?
Well, if it's not too much of a liberty in a gentleman's own house...
But it's for his good. There's lots of things we could teach him.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Then that's settled. I must run now. My uncle doesn't think half-dressed women are good for soldiers, and he'll be back any minute now. Cheers. I'll see you later.
After you, Claude.
Not funny. How'd you like her?
What do you think of her?
I don't know. I haven't really seen her yet.
Seemed to me you had a good look.
Well, she was putting on an act. She needn't have troubled. I didn't come all the way up to the Helands to be sparkled at. I'm like old Wordsworth, Mr. Conk. I am one of them as likes a solitary Highland lass to be a solitary Highland lass. I can get plenty come-on-you-chaps stuff where I come from.
A bit hard to please.
Yeah.
Looked a very high-toned bit of stuff to me. You could see she was a lady.
There are no ladies nowadays.
Put my hat in the box, girl.
And take you great care of the nap this time.
Mr. Cully, the minister's chair.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. McCrimmon.
Oh, it's all right. It is all right, dear me. A man who defends my country is at liberty to sit in my chair, I'm sure. Sit you down.
No, thank you, sir. Cole and I were just thinking of going out for a walk.
It is a nice thing, a walk. You would be too tired to attend the afternoon diet of worship. But I forgot. I am the stupid man. You do not belong to our communion.
It's raining now. Maybe you'd be better to stay in beside the fire.
Well, I'm not doing that. You can bet your life on that.
Oh, I'll go myself, then.
Mr. Cully, I'll put some peats on the fire, and the minister will be in his study at his evening sermon, and I'll be in the kitchen with Morag, so you needn't be bothering yourself.
Oh, there's no harm in the young man going for a walk. No harm at all. You were reading?
Yes.
Well. Hervey's Meditations Among the Tombs. An improving kind of work in its way. But to my mind, he was a greeting bit body, that. Not very sound about his doctrine. But he's dead long sign. And no doubt he has done you little harm with his greeting.
Well, he makes very soothing Sunday afternoon reading.
The Lord did not give his day that you should be soothed, young man.
Oh? I was always told he did.
Those who told you so did you no service. The day was given for the rest of the body, improvement of the mind, and ordinances of public and private worship.
Yeah, but Mr. McCrimmon, I mean... Surely...
Margaret, will you bid Morag put my cup of gruel in the study? You will excuse me, sir. I have to make some meditations of my own before my sermon.
At least I was trying to improve my mind.
Indeed, I hope so. And now, will you excuse me?
Now, there's a clean fireside. And I think there's nothing nicer in the whole world. Don't you think, Mr. Cohen, and you a family man?
You're right. Not that I don't say them turf fires takes a bit of getting used to.
If you handle them kindly, you get a fine, steady glow. And the smell of the burning peat is grand.
Like a burnt offering on the family altar.
I wouldn't make jokes of things like that, Mr. Cully. Not of sacred subjects.
Oh, I didn't think a good Presbyterian would think altars particularly sacred.
Maybe not. But they are no subject for levity.
I wasn't trying to be funny.
That's all right, then.
I'll go up and get my boots on.
He seems kind of vexed. I hope I was not too sharp with him.
Keep your mind easy. He's been on the mat before sharper-tongued people than you.
Maybe he's not very used to the ways of a minister's house, only being here for 3 days, and none of them the Sabbath.
That's it. He's not used to it.
He's a fine young fellow. It's a pity he's an Episcopalian.
Oh, he's not that, Mum. Whatever else he is. He's C of E.
Oh, dear me, now, he cannot help his upbringing. Oh, look, the fire's glowing fine. It's a homey-looking thing, a fire.
Yeah, it isn't all.
And it growing so dark and gloomy out by. I think we will have a storm. Oh, Mr. Cully, You're surely not going out on an evening the night like this.
Well, it does look pretty black.
And there's the mist coming down from the bend. I have seen me lost 100 yards from the man's store.
I'll go with you, if you aren't going far.
Shame, my sorrow and shame. What are you doing up and about, you bad girl?
I'm cured, Aunt Maggie. It's the Highland air.
You should think shame of yourself. I told you to stay in bed till I said you should get up.
You know quite well that I never did what you told me.
Aye, and that's a true word. You've always been little better than a wayward wee rascal. And apart from anything else, do you remember what day it is?
Yes, quite well.
What will people think? What will your uncle say?
I haven't the least idea what people will think. And Uncle Mac can say what he likes, and I'll be delighted. He has a beautiful, thrilling voice.
Oh, but
if you like, I'll promise you one thing. If Gunner Cully attacks my virtue, I shall defend it heartily. I'm feeling very virtuous today.
Oh, Jane, that's awful talk. And it's not like you at all. I don't know what's come over you. It's all right in England, dearie, and there's no harm in it, I suppose. But surely you know what sort of a place this is.
Of course I do.
Oh, I've no patience with you. Away with you and your havering. I have a kind of headache coming on, and it's still an hour and a half to the evening service.
Oh, poor soul. Would you like an aspirin? I've got dozens.
No, it's only a wee headache.
Please forgive me, Aunt Maggie. I'm an ill-tempered beast. I must be a bit nervy.
Yes, you would be after all those experiences.
I wish I weren't going for that walk, but you see I've got to now, don't you?
I say, really, I'm not frightfully keen.
Shut up. You see, Aunt Maggie, don't you?
Now, don't be asking me if I see or if I don't see. I hope you have a nice walk.
We're still friends, aren't we?
Away you go and don't bother me. Don't be late.
No, we won't go far. Oh, the fool that I am. Fighting about nothing.
I don't know. Couldn't see what all the fuss was about.
This is a wee free parish. It's got the best record for church attendance and the highest illegitimacy rate in the kingdom. I don't respect it for either of these records much. I'm not very keen on going to church, and I rather like behaving myself decently. So I propose to do exactly what I like. Hope you don't mind.
Not at all.
They think it's a mortal sin to be seen on the road with a strange young man, especially on the sawbones.
I'll gather that.
That's why they stick to hedges and ditches for their social occasions. Disgusting, superstitious pigs. And they're not only immoral and hypocritical, they're devil worshippers.
Oh, well, I'd hardly put it that way.
They are. I don't want particularly to go for a walk in the rain with you, but I'm not going to knuckle under to devil worship.
What do you mean by devil worship?
Have you read any of those books in the Man?
2 or 3. They're very interesting. I've just been cooling off a bit with Hervey on the Tombs.
Have you heard any of my uncle's sermons?
No. I've denied myself that pleasure.
Well, they don't worship God. They worship the devil. They call him God, but he's really the devil. All this holiness and censoriousness is to save their skins from boils and leprosy and their souls from damnation. They think if they flatter this fiend and go through a few rites of propitiation, he'll let them alone. They're like savages, tying red rags outside their caves to keep away demons. I know them. I've lived among them. I'm one of them.
You may be right about the particular deity these people believe in, but I think you're wrong about the devil.
How wrong?
Well, anybody who has thought a lot about the devil has a great respect for him.
You mean they cringe to him? Well, that's what I'm saying.
No, they don't cringe. Well, none of the fellows I'm thinking about knew how to cringe.
Who are they?
Milton, Goethe, William Blake, your own Bobby Burns.
Robert Burns, to you, please. Well?
Even in the Old Testament, all they could find against him was that he was rebellious and had a proper pride in himself and tried to educate people.
It's growing darker. It is not a nice walk that we'll be having at all.
It helps to pass the time, I suppose.
Oh, dear me. With me, the time passes without any help. You would think there was scarcely enough of it.
It hangs a bit heavy when you're used to city life.
And what would you do now if you were in the city at this very moment?
Well, now you ask me. I shouldn't be surprised if I sat down by the fireside and went to sleep. I'd have read all the Sunday papers by this time.
Sunday papers?
But it'd be a comfort knowing there was places I could go if I wanted to. Here. Look at this.
Oh, what's that?
It's a snapshot of me in the trouble and strife. Down at Southend. That's the kid she's holding up to get took.
She's a bonny wee lass. How old is she?
Oh, 11 months there. Had her 3rd birthday last week.
My, how they grow. She'll be the great chatterbox now.
She's like her ma. Got a lot to say and says it.
She's got the look of you, too.
Oh, blimey, I hope not.
It's about the eyes.
Yeah, she's a way of laughing with her eyes before the rest of her face gets going.
What's her name?
Gladys. Same as the old lady.
You must miss them sorely.
Yeah, not half I do. Roll on the time.
Roll on the time.
No news yet from North Africa?
Not yet. He'll be 20 next month. 9th of November.
You don't look like you'd have grown up, son.
Ah, there's whiles I'm surprised myself. That photograph on the mantelpiece was taken the day he got his commission.
Oh, you'd be proper proud of him that day.
What is it you say? Not half I wasn't. Oh, you'll have us all speaking the fine, high English before you're finished with us.
You speak first-class English. There's a bit of an accent, if you don't mind my saying so, but I can understand every word you say.
Ah, well, no. Am I not glad of that? You will be finding us a wild, uncivilized lot in the Highlands.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as that, except on Sundays.
Well, we've all got our own way of doing things, I suppose. Is it a nice place, London? It'll not be all wickedness with 8 million folk in it.
Oh, I wish you could see our little place in the Borough Road. Above the shop it is, nice and handy. And Gladys, she keeps it a treat. Pots and pans shining, and a couple of budgerigars in a gilt cage. And always something very tasty after we puts up the shutters.
She still keeps the shop open?
Oh, you bet she does. Twice she's had the window blown in. But what does she care? Out with the old broom and bucket and on with the job. Stone of crows. I shouldn't have the nerve, and I'm supposed to be a soldier.
Oh, no. You're a very brave soldier, too, I'm sure.
Not me. I'll get the willies sometimes, imagining what's going to happen to me if the Jerrys get busy on my gun.
You'll be like us up here. You have a strong imagination. There's whiles I can frighten myself more than Hitler and Goring and that lad Rommel could do if they were all in this room waving their pistols and making faces at me. I'd be lying awake at night with my head under the blankets thinking there's devils and bogles and kelpies coming down the chimney. Oh, fine, I know there's no such thing. They're an awful nuisance, our imaginations. Dear me. I think I'll let Maura get the supper ready and go and lie down for a wee bit.
What is it you want?
Me? I was just whistling.
You can't whistle on the Sabbath. The minister will hear you.
Come in the office.
Oh, I couldn't.
The missus has gone to lie down. The other two are out. Come in a minute.
Oh. Well, just for a wee minute.
I've got something for you.
Oh, dear me. What can it be?
Here.
Oh. Now, aren't you a kind man, no? Indeed, yes.
Do you like chocolate?
Oh, I'm terribly keen on chocolate. I could sit there eating the like for all eternity.
You're pretty easy on the eye.
Oh, I don't know what you're saying. Easy on the eye.
Got a boyfriend?
What would I be doing with boyfriends away up here in Warach? I've no patience with them at all, with their ignorance.
Well, what's the matter with me then?
Nothing doing. Dear me, aren't you the awful man and a great danger to the neighbourhood?
Not me. And thank you very much. Do you know what that was worth to me?
Oh, it would not be much to a gallus rascal, the lack of you.
Well, it was as good as 100 players, 4 pints of mild and bitter, and a gallon of Rosy Lee. And now you better off it. I don't want you getting into no trouble.
Indeed, yes. This is not the thing at all.
Wait, I'll take them into the kitchen.
Oh, are you sure?
Yes, you'd better take your boots off before you go into the parlour.
Hello, Conk.
You didn't go far.
Quite far enough. Oh, what a day. Getting dark, too. Another 10 minutes, we'd have been hopelessly lost. Couldn't see a yard in front of us.
Any luck?
What do you mean by any luck?
Go on.
Look, I've told you what I think of the young person. Haven't had time to change my mind. She is not my type.
Any skirt's anybody's type in a place like this.
And if you want to make offensive remarks, you'll kindly keep them strictly impersonal, if you understand what that means.
Keep your hair on. Who's making offensive remarks?
You are winding yourself up into your most facetious vein. Well, you better unwind yourself. I find your facetiae offensive.
Ah, shut up and let me read. Gives me a pain when you talk like a gory dictionary.
What's that you're reading?
Never mind.
Why can't you keep your temper?
I like that. Who lost his temper? You did.
I asked you a perfectly civil question and you answered like a sulky kid.
A bloke's got to be careful what he says to the great God Almighty Mr. Cully in what writes to the reviews. What the hell's biting you, chum?
Nothing. I'm sorry, look, forget what I said.
I accept your perishing apology. It's 5 o'clock. 5 stricken hours till bedtime.
Oh, as it's turned out, may not be so bad.
Not so bad as what?
I think we'll see some sparks flying.
What sparks?
Wait and see. Our young lady seems to think she has a mission. She's spoiling for a row with his reverence.
Oh, I don't see much good in that myself. Live and let live, I always say.
Yeah, well, she says that too, only she says his reverence won't let live. I think we'll have quite a pretty fight.
He won't fight. He's too blinking self-satisfied. Besides, he's got the commanding officer on his side.
Well, if he does, she won't have a chance.
Yes, she will.
You underrate his reverence. I think you'll find he packs a pretty heavy punch.
I never saw a skirt yet get the worst of an argument. All in, of course. No holds barred.
We'll see. Might be quite a pleasant Sunday evening after all.
Yeah. Oh, dear me. I wish to goodness Miss Jean would go away back to London. We'll all have our heads in our hands.
What's the matter?
Oh, where is she? My sorrow, you can't say no to her. She's that prickly.
Oh, thank you, Morag. You are a Highland seraph.
I may be a seraph or a giraffe or a chamomile, but hurry now, Miss Jean, before the mistress finds the dirty cups and teapot.
Oh, why were you chittering Anja? There's nobody going to eat you.
I wouldn't be oversure of that, Miss Jean.
Oh. Thank the Lord for our gallant defenders. Here's mud in your eye.
And in yours, miss.
The Discovery of Witchcraft by Reginald Scott. You've been reading this, Conk?
Glancing at it, the spelling seems a bit cockeyed to me.
When I was a kid, I used to stay here for the holidays. I sneaked in when nobody was about and read this book. Well, I didn't notice much wrong with the spelling then. Frightened me out of my wits. My uncle found me reading it and gave me the telling off of my life. I still feel beautifully frightened when I only look at the book.
Tells you how to raise the devil and that.
Oh, does it? Well, I never got so far as that. You draw Kabbalistic signs and repeat a spell, do you?
I shouldn't be surprised.
It'd be quite fun to try.
A waste of time, if you ask me.
I don't know. He might tell us why the wee Frees behave in that extraordinary fashion.
He might, if there was any such things as devils.
What about the good old Battery Sergeant Major?
Course, stifle me. Don't you go calling him up now. He's bad enough in the old monkey kit. But think what he'd be like in red tights or mesty toffolies.
Here, take it easy, Con.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh. Think of him blowing out flames instead of beer, with his 4 1/2 hanging to his near side horn. Bettery, tails up.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, the man will choke himself. Oh. Hello, Uncle Jock.
Good evening, Jean. Your aunt did not tell me that you were up and about.
I got up this afternoon. I'm ever so much better.
That is a blessing.
Will you have a cup of tea?
No, I thank you.
It has turned into an awful night. Cully and I were out in it for a little.
Indeed.
Yes. Didn't seem to like us. It drove us in after a very few minutes. I suppose it was a lesson to us to do as the Romans do.
What Romans?
Well, you know, when you are in Rome, you should do as the Romans do. Well, I don't agree with that, do you? I mean, you couldn't do as the Romans do, even if you wanted to. And they'd like you much better if you were just yourself. I mean, we used to laugh at the Japanese for wearing bowler hats and trying to talk slang. I think we were quite right. They were much nicer in those lovely silk dressing gowns.
No doubt.
Of course, there's got to be some sort of compromise, hasn't there? I mean, you can be yourself, I hope, without offending the local customs and prejudices.
Naturally.
We have a very peculiar local prejudice, Mr. Cully, in this part of the country. We have a prejudice against desecrating the Lord's Day.
Is that remark intended for our benefit?
Indeed, I hope that if you consider it seriously, you may indeed benefit by it.
How have we desecrated the Lord's Day, as you call it?
Your conscience will tell you that. And it is not I who have called it the Lord's Day.
Look here, Uncle. Let's get this straight. What are we supposed to have done?
You are my guests, and it is unbecoming that I should rebuke you. But since you ask me, I have found you eating and drinking at unsuitable hours, and indulging yourselves in unseemly levity and that laughter that is like the crackling of thorns under a pot. And this on a day that we are enjoined to keep holy.
Uncle Jock, there are nearly 700 millions of Christians in this world, and nearly 700 millions of them wouldn't see an atom of harm in anything we've done today.
To be called a Christian is not to be a Christian. You will find in the Gospel according to St. Luke the words, "Why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say?"
When and where did the Lord tell us not to have tea on Sunday afternoon?
In the fourth commandment.
The fourth commandment says nothing about tea.
Tea is included.
And buns, like a Sunday school trip.
I have no inclination to listen to blasphemy.
It isn't blasphemy.
It is blasphemous to mock at the 10 Commandments.
The 10 Commandments are a set of rules for a wandering desert tribe, and not very good rules either. An American girl told me they didn't tell you what to do. They only put ideas into your head.
No, she would find elsewhere plenty of instructions what to do, and the ideas were there already.
Anyhow, they tell us to keep Saturday holy, not Sunday.
If you were in a proper frame of mind, I would explain to you why.
What do you mean by a proper frame of mind?
A state of humility and reverence.
You mean I'm to swallow everything I'm told?
When you were a child, you were not allowed to argue about your medicine.
I'm not a child now.
Ah, well, now, I'm not so sure of that.
I'm nearly 30.
If you were Legion, you'd still be a bairn. You have all the signs and symptoms of infancy.
I'm glad to hear it, then. But there's something about out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, isn't there?
Hath he perfected praise? I did not observe that you were in the exercise of praise when I entered just now. And since then, I have not been aware of any high spirit of reverence.
I can't revere things I don't believe in.
You do not believe in the Word of God as it is revealed in His Holy Scriptures?
Oh, I believe lots of it, and I like to believe lots more. But when you put on that hangman's face and that awful voice and call it the Word of God as it is revealed in His Holy Scriptures, I go all shivery down to my stomach, and I don't believe a word of it.
Well, now, I have observed the same thing in my conversations with the atheists and infidels from England who come up for the fishing. If I employ the sacred and beautiful words appropriate to the subject, they flinch and flee from my presence. I must even abandon plain English and descend to their baby talk. And yet, I find that they have the presumption to set their opinions against the gospel with not even an educated schoolboy's vocabulary to support them. It is very peculiar. They are so ignorant that their own Episcopalian ministers, poor buddies, in ministering to them have well nigh lost the power of human speech. I have to wait till I see Father McIntosh, the priest from Strathderg, before I can converse in a civilized language, for by the Gaelic.
Do listen to that, Cully. If anybody dares to speak back to him, he makes a beautiful little speech, showing that they're fools and ignoramuses, or ignorame, or ignorami. Which is it, Uncle Jock? Well, you know I can only talk baby talk. What am I? An ignoramar?
The wee bit of Latin I once taught you has gone by the board. Mr. Kelly will tell you that ignoramus is not a noun.
Oh, isn't it?
It is not. But I will talk to you in any language you please. What is it you want to know?
I don't want to know anything. At least I don't want to know anything about religion. At least I don't want to know anything about religion that you can tell me, because I think you're all wrong. Absolutely and entirely wrong.
That is your opinion, is it?
It isn't my opinion only. It's the opinion of all decent, sensible people. You contradict your own book of words by making your holy day Sunday instead of Saturday, and by denying that it was made for man and not man for it, and by preaching original sin and election and predestination.
Now, stop the horses a minute. Oh, I like a good argument. It's like the Brains Trust. But I'd like to know what you're talking about.
Original sin means that a baby is damned to hellfire even before it's born. Election means that only a little clique will ever get into the kingdom of heaven, and the rest haven't a chance. Predestination means that it doesn't matter two hoots what you do, because it was all fixed long ago. It's all a pack of nonsense.
It sounds funny, all right.
You do not believe in these doctrines?
I do not. I think your premises are wrong, and your evidence is phony. There's nothing in the whole thing that appeals to my reason. And if you don't appeal to my reason, you need no more expect me to believe you than to believe a man who tells me he's a poached egg. Well, there might even be some sense in that. Some men look like poached eggs.
How far away is the sun?
Well, I don't know.
About 90 million miles.
Yes, that's it. I'd forgotten.
And who told you?
Well, I don't remember. I read it in some book.
And you believed it?
Yes, I suppose I did.
Did your reason tell you to believe it?
Yes, because it can be checked. If it's a lie, any expert could disprove it.
And when an expert had disproved it, you would believe that it was a lie. Very well, then. I will tell you, with your permission, a wee story. Once upon a time, there was a wee fellow with the finest set of whiskers that ever you saw. And his name was wee Stumpy Stowsy.
God blimey.
Shut up, conk. Now, if there was one thing he was fond of, it was a good swim. He would be down in the pond every day and all day, swimming with his whiskers. One day, he was swimming and thinking about nothing at all, and up comes a snail as big as a whale. "I'll swallow you as if you was Jonah," said the snail. "Come on, do it," says the bold Stumpy Stowsy. So the snail swallowed him, and it was peaceful and warm in the insides of the snail, and Stumpy was quite joco, like a tourist passenger on a steamboat sailing round the Western Isles. But a time came when he thought, and better thought, "Now am I not the silly one, dozing away in the insides of a great big snail, when I might be settling down in a house of my own, with a growing family to keep me cheery?" So he made a great to-do in the insides of the snail, till the snail was for no more of it, and he ups with Stumpy Stowsy and his whiskers into a forest that ran down to the seashore. So Stumpy, he looks, and the verdure was that thick he could see nothing. So he climbs up a big palm tree to spy out the land.
So along comes his fairy godmother on a magic carpet. Good night, children. Everywhere.
No, it was a kangaroo, as big as a post office. But I am wearying you with my havers.
No, honestly. We're enjoying it. It's like old times. Do you remember telling stories to Colin and me on Saturday nights when we were wee totems? You tell them so well. I believed every word.
You don't believe this one?
Of course I do. In a way.
In what kind of a way? Would you put your experts on to prove it or to disprove it?
No. Of course not.
But they would be very pleased, whatever, your experts. Indeed, now, a whole clacking of experts have been at that very story, proving it and disproving it, till they were nearly black in the face.
I see what you mean.
I'm afraid I don't.
He's been telling us the story of the liver fluke. It swims about in pools until it's swallowed by a water snail, and then it's puked up onto a blade of grass. And a kangaroo eats the grass, and the fluke lays its eggs in the kangaroo's liver. Unless he does all these things, the fluke can't live. He seems to be very well named.
So we are told.
What a cad's trick. I call that cheating.
Yeah, but you believe my story now, I think.
Yes, I suppose so.
In both ways?
How in both ways?
Well, when I took you into a world outside this world, you readily suspended what you call your reason and believed in Stumpy Stousy. When Mr. Cully brought you back to Earth and told you the story in another way, you believed it in another way without stopping to think. Your power of reasoning had not much say in it either way, I'm thinking. You see, it comes to this, that you wish to have the eternal world outside our wee temporal world explained to you in the language of the tuppenny-halfpenny general knowledge textbooks. Such language is neither adequate nor exact, but I'll do my best. Now, use your eyes. Look around you. Mr. Cully and Mr. Cohen, you'd be bonny like soldiers if you had no discipline. For 300 years, Scotland disciplined itself in body, brain and soul on one day of the week at least. The result was a breed of men that has not died out even in this Shockley generation. You don't believe in original sin, Jean, you're telling me. Well, now, you could easily have had 10 babies by this time if you had not preferred talking and sentimentalizing about them. Then you would have found the truth that a baby has every sensual vice of which it is anatomically capable, with no spirituality to temper it. You do not believe that mankind is divided into the sheep and the goats, the elect and the damned. Use your eyes and look around you. You may pity the damned, and indeed it is your duty so to do, but you cannot deny that they exist. You do not believe in predestination. That is because you do not like it. If you only believe what is nice and comfortable, our doctrine is of no service to you. If I give you a crack on the head with a stick, you need not believe it. You need not believe in your dentist's drill or in the tax gatherer's demand. Go on. Believe what is agreeable to you. I do assure you that you will be in such a continuous state of surprise that your eyebrows will jump off the top of your head. Even your heathen philosophers knew that predestination was a fact, like Ben Nevis. You can go round it, you can go over it, but you are foolish to ignore it. Do you believe that the body rises from the grave on the great day?
I believe that the spirit does.
In all my days, I have never seen the interment of a spirit. You do not believe that the body can rise again. Though every spring and every day, in a myriad forms, you see that actual thing happening. But it is folly to talk to you. The marvellous Lord gave you a spiritual mind with which you might see the truth of these things. But you are afraid of your spiritual sight. Indeed, I can hardly blame you. Yet it is with that sight alone that you can apprehend spiritual truths. Reason is a poor instrument for such a purpose.
The fathers of the church cultivated the spiritual mind.
Well, I believe some of them did.
They found in the world outside reason a lot of unreasonable phenomena. They believed in transubstantiation and miraculous liquefaction and the remission of sins by priests and the efficacy of prayers for the dead. They found warrant for all these things on the spiritual level, yet they are outside reason. Do you believe in them?
No.
Why? Because your reason rejects them?
When I said that reason was a feeble instrument, I did not refer to my own reason. But I must ask you to excuse me. My evening diet of worship is in 10 minutes. It is in the Gaelic, and I must think for a little in the Gaelic before I am ready to speak it. In the meantime, I would feel very much obliged if you would respect my serious and considered opinion that today is a sacred day and should be observed within these walls at least, with all due decorum.
Oh, yes, of course, but...
I thank you. That is all I wished of you. I shall see you at the evening meal.
Help! Throw me a lifebelt, somebody.
I think you scored a hit, Cully. His eyes flashed for a minute, but he broke off the engagement very quickly.
And very neatly. Oh, he won handsomely on points, made it look so damned logical for a bit. It's his infernal totalitarianism I can't stand.
They seem to have a sadistic love for persecution for its own sake.
A lot of Nazis.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Oh, do you know who invented modern democracy?
The thing we're fighting for? Lloyd George.
No, Calvin.
I don't believe it.
You can look it up. His system was a theocracy, but all its officials were elected by vote and responsible to God and to the electors, and everybody in the community voted, so long as he behaved himself.
You're on his side.
I'm on nobody's side. I'm a sort of devil's advocate.
Oh, I wish we could raise the devil and get him to speak for himself.
You seem to me to be doing your best.
Conk! Your book. We'll follow the printed instructions and have a shot.
That's an idea.
They're all in bed before 10. We could sneak down quietly and try it. I'd say about midnight.
I'm on.
What's this? A séance?
Yes, a sort of séance.
I went to a séance. Spoke to my grandfather. Oh, blimey, the poor old perisher had gone off his head. Said he was happy.
That's a date, then. Hello?
Hello.
Damn you! What do you think you're doing?
Oh, sorry.
Damn well think so.
I thought you wanted me to. I didn't know. I'm sorry. You see, I'm not much of an expert at amatory exercises. I'll never know whether they want me to make love or not.
What do you mean by they?
Well, anybody.
Well, I'm not just anybody. I'm a friendly sort of creature. And when I pass a fellow creature a cheerio, I don't intend it as a mating call. Do you appreciate that?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not a Puritan. I suppose I've got the ordinary appetites, but I think it's absolutely disgusting to go cuddling or guzzling one's way through life. Do you agree, or are you just the ordinary pig man?
Yes, you're perfectly right. I made a mistake. I've said I'm sorry. I suppose it was a sort of compliment to your general attractiveness.
It's not a compliment at all. It's a squalid insult. It always has been, until the last few years. Oh, never mind. You know now that I'm not that sort of gal. Forget about it. Where's your friend? I'm surprised at you, Morak.
Aren't you surprised at me?
Not a bit.
Oh.
There was no harm in it. No harm in it at all. He was telling me about the wee talking birds he has got in a cage down in London. It's you that's the surprising one, Miss Jean. This is not the thing. This is not the thing at all. Sitting in the parlour and the minister upstairs in his bed. No, like a good lady, let me go away to my bed. I have my washing to do tomorrow morning.
Sit still. Maybe you'll hear something for the good of your soul.
Oh, dear me, you leave my soul alone. It's 12:02 and not the Sabbath day now at all.
That clock is 10 minutes fast. It's still the Sabbath day. Sit still, be quiet. We'll get on with the business of the meeting. Have you the book, Cully?
Yes.
Let me see. Oh, but this is terribly complicated. We have to go out and bathe in a spring. And we've got to have a lion skin or a hart skin girdle. And we've got to have chest protectors with words on them. Yeah, I've got a bit of chalk, but we've got to have a knife.
Well, that's all right. Look, we've all bathed quite recently, and a tap's as good as a spring. I've made myself a chest protector, and Conk and I have both got magic belts with brass devices on them.
Yeah.
Now, I've written Agler and the mystic signs on my jackknife. There it is.
Hush! Don't make a noise. You're wonderful, Cully.
Now, you go ahead and make Solomon's Circle. That's on page 244. I'll read a sort of a condensed version of the exorcism. It should do well enough.
Whom shall we call up, Cully?
It'll have to be a Duke of the Infernal Regions. That they're free from midnight till 4 a.m. I should think Balfourese would be the best. He's the Golden Devil and a great talker. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Now, keep very quiet. Fugiat omne malignum salvator quodque benignum. Say Amen.
Amen.
Homo sacarus musciolameus que robosca. I exorcise and conjure Balfourese, also called Berith, Beal, and Balfrey, thou great and terrible devil, by the sacraments and by the unspeakable name Tetragrammaton. I conjure and exercise thee, Bealphares, by the virtue of all angels, archangels, thrones, dominations, principats, potestats, cherubim, and seraphim, that thou do come unto us in fair form of man or womankind, here visible before this circle, and not terrible by any manner of ways, and that thou do answer truly without craft or deceit unto all my demands and questions. Limark, Solmark, Elmay, Gezegra, Josamin, Sabach, Ha, Aim, Ray, Sephar, Semoit, Gagoin, Letes, Amen. Fiat, 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 Amen. Amen.
It's unchancy to bring an umbrella into a house and it open. It's unlucky.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a most disagreeable evening. How do you do? I am Dr. Balfrey. You see, your generation is not what you call orientated at all. Your scientific gentlemen have robbed you of time and space, left you tossing about in a tempest of skim milk. If I may be allowed to say so, it all comes of thinking yourselves a little too good for your priests. You went prancing away from your churches and schoolrooms, and the first thing you did with your emancipated state was to hand yourselves over body and soul to a number of plain-clothes priests whose only qualification was that they were good at sums. That was very foolish of you, wasn't it, my dear?
Yes, sir.
You can't organize and expound the sentient universe simply by being good at sums, can you?
No, sir.
And then you found that even sums were a bit too difficult. If you can't do a quadratic equation, all these pages of incomprehensible figures are too much of a strain on simple faith. You went to a new sort of old gentleman who said to you, "Life, my dear brethren, is one long, smutty story." Aha, you said, "This is a bit of all right. Why wasn't I told all this before?" No amount of licentious conversation with serious-looking professors could cure the ache and restlessness in your souls. Could it, my darling?
Whatever you say yourself, sir.
That's an admirable whiskey you keep, Mrs. McCrimmon.
We only keep it as a medicine. Mr. McCrimmon is a teetotaler.
So everything is a medicine, Mrs. McCrimmon. Everybody in this world is sick. Why are we all sick, Morak?
I think it is because we're all a bit frightened of you, Mr. Balfrey.
Frightened of me? Frightened of me? Dear, come. You're not afraid of me, are you, McCrimmon?
Get thee behind me, Satan.
What did you say?
Avoid thee. Get thee behind me, Satan.
You must not speak to me like that.
What do they call you, you masquerading fiend?
I have told you, sir. My name is Balfrey. In the days of sanity and belief, it was a name not unknown to men of your cloth.
You are dressed like a minister. Where's your kirk?
In hell.
Are there kirks in hell?
Why not? Would you deny us the consolations of religion?
You are a liar, and the father of lies. There cannot be a kirk in hell.
You disappoint me. You are a master of arts. You are a bachelor of divinity. You are a theologian and a metaphysician and a scholar of Greek and Hebrew. What is your difficulty? Don't you believe in the devil?
He goeth about like a roaring lion.
Not when I am sober. Answer my question.
I believe in a personal devil.
And in good and evil?
Yes.
In heaven and hell?
Yes.
Body and soul?
Yes.
Creation and destruction?
Yes.
And life and death?
Yes.
Do you believe in the truth and inspiration of the Bible?
Yes.
Have you read the book of Job?
Yes.
Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came among them.
The devil can quote scripture for his own purpose.
Entirely suitable purpose in this case.
Mr. McCrimmon, I believe also in the things of which I have spoken.
And tremble.
Not infrequently. I think it will turn out, Mr. McCrimmon, that you and I are in agreement on most essential points. But these young people have summoned me on a cold and dismal night from my extremely warm and comfortable quarters. If you had instructed them properly, all this wouldn't have been necessary. But we'll let that pass. Do you mind if we go on from the point at which you rather rudely ordered me to get behind you?
Go you on from any point you like. You are whirling about like a teetotum.
Highland courtesy, Mr. Cully.
And keep your tongue off the Highlands.
Mr. McCrimmon, I may be only a devil, but I am not accustomed to being addressed in that fashion.
Mr. Beaufort,
please. Unless, sir, you are prepared to exercise a little civility, I must decline to continue this discussion.
The discussion, sir, is none of my seeking. No more than is your intrusion into my house and family circle. So far as I am concerned, you are completely at liberty to continue, or to snack up.
Oh, John, that's an awful way to speak to a guest.
He is no guest of mine.
That is true. I am Mr. Cully's guest. Why did you send for me, Mr. Cully?
Well, I'm blessed if I know, now you come to ask.
The likeliest reason was that you were unhappy and afraid. These are common complaints in these days. Were you crying for me from the dark?
No, we weren't. My uncle thinks he has got divine authority, and he was using his confidence in that, and his learning, and his eloquence, and his personality to bully us. Well, we wanted a little authority on our side.
I see. Thank you very much.
He's got the advantage of believing everything he says.
A great advantage.
Well, you can't meet a man like that on his own ground if you think he's talking nonsense.
Yes, you can't discuss what brand of green cheese the moon is made of unless you accept the possibility that the moon is made of green cheese. I see. And what do you believe, Miss Jean?
I believe that the kingdom of heaven is within me.
Is that all?
Practically all.
Yes, well, so far as it goes, you are quite right. But you are also the receptacle of the kingdom of hell, and of a number of other irrelevances left over in the process of evolution. Until you can reconcile those remarkable elements with one another, you will remain unhappy and have the impulse from time to time to raise the devil.
Then we ought to study these what you call them, these elements, and try to reconcile them.
Now, I didn't say that you ought to. I said you won't be happy till you do.
Then we ought to, oughtn't we?
Oh, if you want equilibrium, if you want happiness.
But surely the pursuit of happiness.
Yes, the pursuit. Very different thing from catching your electric hair. The happiest man is a general paralytic in Bedlam, yet you do not envy him. He is in a state of death in life. You naturally prefer life in death. Probably because you are used to it. You are not favouring me with much of your attention, Mr. Kerr.
Sorry, sir.
Why not?
Well, sir, if you want to know the honest truth, I'm bored bloody stiff.
You say that with an air of some superiority. You must not be proud of being bored stiff. Boredom is a sign of satisfied ignorance, blunted apprehension, crass sympathies, dull understanding, feeble powers of attention, and irreclaimable weakness of character. You belie your lively Semitic countenance, Mr. Cohen. If you are alive, Mr. Cohen, you should be interested in everything. Even in the phenomenon of a devil incarnate explaining to you the grand purpose and virtue of which you live, move, and have your breakfast.
It's all hooey, that. There's no such thing as a purpose. It's a fallacy. That's what it is.
Dear me, Mr. McCrimmon, you are an amateur of blasphemy. What do you say to that?
The man is wrong.
Another point on which we are agreed.
I can't help it. I'm entitled to my opinion.
In what sort of a world have you been living, man?
In the Borough Road. Do you know it?
Even in the Borough Road, do you find no evidence of eternal purpose?
Not a bit.
My dear goodness gracious me, I know the place very well, and it's simply bursting with eternal purpose.
There's not one brick laid on another. There's not one foot moving past another on the dirty pavement that doesn't tap out purpose, purpose, purpose to anybody with ears to hear.
Every one of your higher faculties is bent to some purpose or other. You can't make anything happen without a purpose. There are things happening all round you on the Borough Road. How in the world do you think they happen without a purpose behind them?
Do you deny to your maker the only respectable faculty you've got?
All I can say is if I've got a maker and he's got a purpose, I can't congratulate him on the way it works out.
How can you sit there
good
and have
chap,
the
you can't
presumption
possibly...
to
I beg your pardon.
No, excuse me. Please, go on.
Not at all. After you.
It is not for you to congratulate or not to congratulate. Who is able to judge the creator of heaven and earth?
Well, who is? Yeah, who is? Mind, I don't admit there's any such person, but if there is, and he gives us a critical faculty, we've got to use it, see?
Conk's absolutely right. You tell us to praise him. Well, what's the good of praise when you've no chance of blaming? It doesn't mean a thing.
Yeah, and what happens to your reciprocating opposites, Mr. Balfrey, if we can't be anything but a lot of sanctified yes-men?
Young man, do you realise that your foolish words are jeopardising your immortal soul?
That's all tinky-tonk with me. We ain't got any immortal souls.
I begin to believe it. Mr. McCrimmon, it seems to me we cannot begin our battle for the souls of these persons until they realise that they have souls to battle for.
It is terrible indeed. Our duty is plain. We must wrestle with them. We must admonish and exhort them.
It is my duty, no less than yours.
But I understand you to say that you are a devil.
But I am also, like yourself, a servant of one whom I need not name. More than that, if it is of any interest to you, I am an ordained minister of the gospel.
Do you tell me that? Where were you ordained?
In Geneva in 1570.
What did you say?
In Geneva, I said.
But in what year?
Year is immaterial. I can't swear to it within 2 or 3 years, but ordained I am, and I have preached within, among other places, the High Kirk at North Berwick, to the no small edification of the lieges.
Will you swear to that?
Mr. McCrimmon, I am bound by my contract to our young exorcist here to tell nothing but the plain truth. My yea is yea and my nay is nay.
It is a most remarkable thing. But from what I have heard from your lips so far, your doctrine appears to be sound.
None, sir. And now that you are satisfied, I have a proposal to make. I propose that we adjourn to the adjoining sacred edifice and there admonish and exhort our brothers and sister in a place more suitable for these exercises.
You mean in my kirk?
Where else? Is it not the place most suitable for a confession?
Oh, Uncle Jock, you may never get such a chance again.
No, I can have no blasphemy in my kirk.
Blasphemy? I should never think of committing blasphemy. I think I may say that I know my position better. I am a duke and a general of legions. Only gutter devils are impertinent to the dead.
No, this is a dream, of course. But there must be decency, even in dreams. I will have no phantasmagorical equivocator preaching in my kirk, dream or no dream.
Dream, eh? You think this is all a dream?
What else can it be?
What is the difference between a dream and a supernatural happening?
The question does not arise. This is nothing but a highly circumstantial dream. I shall laugh at it in the morning.
The sign of a supernatural event is that it obeys all the laws of nature except one. And you will find that true of every supernatural event from the burning bush to the resurrection. This is not a dream, Mr. McCrimmon.
I am troubled in my mind, but I can yet hold fast to what there is to grasp. I will have no spectre or devil preaching in my church.
By the throne of thunder and the canopy of eternal light.
Now then, Mr. Balfrey, there's no need to excite yourself. You can preach here quite well. For Sabbath after Sabbath, we had the diet of worship here in this wee room when the kirk was being done for the dry rot. We'll pull the chairs round and Mr. Balfrey will give us the grand sermon, I'm sure.
Yes, Mr. Balfrey. It would be better.
Go upstairs then and change, McCrimmon. I shall wait for you.
Well, I don't know. I certainly didn't expect such a pious devil.
My dear young lady, you don't know everything, as you are very shortly to find out.
Well, if you want my opinion, I think you're drunk.
Drunk? Dear me, tut, tut, tut.
Well, I don't know about you chaps, but I'd feel better if I drink myself.
No, don't leave the circle. He'll get you if you leave the circle.
She's quite right. Quite right, quite right. You are a percipient little slut, my darling. Sit down, Mr. Gunner Cullen. There's plenty of time. Let us continue our delightful conversation. Now, let me see. Where were we?
Does it matter very much? You're the most inconsequent character I ever met.
No. I follow the pattern, if there is one. Yes, perhaps that's what's wrong with you young people. You don't seem to have any pattern. The wolf, as it were, is flying loosely about in space. There is no drama about your associations. Now, I am very fond of the drama. I have done a little bit in that way myself. To my mind, the really interesting life is that which moves from situation to situation with character developing naturally in step with that orderly progress. Now, what is the matter with the four of you is that you haven't a situation among you. You are a quartet that has forgotten its music. We must do something about it. Let me see. Mr. Cully.
Well?
Here we have a product of our universities and public schools.
How do you know that?
Because you can't listen patiently and you have no manners. Here we have this delicately nurtured youth, cheerfully bearing the rigours of the barrack and the bivouac. An interesting character, a philosopher, an observer of life. Obviously the juvenile lead, for want of a better.
Oh, thank you.
Don't mention it. There is about him a certain air of mystery, which we shall presently resolve. The leading woman, on the other hand, is cast along more stereotyped lines. She is what happens in the third generation after one of the many thousand movements for the emancipation of women. So is Mr. Cully, by the way.
What in the world do you mean by that?
You were only faintly feminine, and he is only slightly masculine. You see, all these women's movements tend to have a neutralizing effect on the human race. Never mind. It will make our little drama interesting to the psychologist. And we are all psychologists nowadays. Yes, we come now to what used to be called comic relief.
That wouldn't be me, I don't suppose.
Yes. There's nothing dramatic about the poor unless they're very funny or very tragic.
What do you mean by the poor? I ain't never had a bob I haven't worked for.
And that is precisely what I mean by the poor. As for the extremely charming little person on my right, I haven't decided whether she is funny or not. She is an unsophisticated savage. She is probably significant of something which will no doubt emerge.
What about the minister?
He will provide personality. The drama will revolve around him and... yes, his lady wife. As I had nearly forgotten all about her... She is probably the key to the whole business. There, my dear friends, are the dramatis personae we have now.
Where do you come in?
I am the devil from the machine. Here we have our persons in the play. We know very little about them because so far there is nothing much to know. We cannot imitate the old dramatists and describe them as Cully in love with Jean, Conk in love with Morag, Jean in love with Cully, Morag...
No, Mr. Boffley.
Nobody's in love with anybody else. Well, except Conk and Morag, of course.
No, I am not, Miss Jean. No, indeed. And you needn't bother saying it.
We told you before, we was only talking about budgerigars.
Budgerigars, lovebirds, brilliant images of tenderness and desire with every delicate feather frond alive with passion. We taught them speech that they might teach us their mystery. And what did they say? Cocky's clever, cheer up, good morning, good evening, that's all. And yet, how much better do you express the primeval urgencies within you? Cully's clever, Jean's clever, cheer up, good evening. I must teach you how to express yourselves better, young enemies of death. Come then, why don't you tell Miss Jean what you think of her, Cully? She would be extremely flattered.
No, I wouldn't. He's told me already what he thinks of me, and I've slapped his face.
You are a silly old ass. If you've come here to talk about repressions and inhibited personalities, I wish you'd stayed in hell.
Oh, how shockingly you misunderstand me. I love repression. You repress your passion to intensify it, to have it more abundantly, to joy in its abundance. The prisoner cannot leap to lose his chains unless he has been chained.
What are you talking about?
You. Come, I'll marry you.
But I don't want to marry you.
No, I mean I'll marry Cully and you. I'll bind you by the strongest and most solemn contract ever forged in heaven. Think of the agonizing fun and excitement you'll have in breaking it.
No, thank you very much.
But why don't you do something? Why is the blood galloping through your not unsightly limbs? Why are the nerve cells snapping and flashing in your head if you are to wrap this gift of life in a napkin and bury it in the back garden?
We are doing something.
Indeed.
We're fighting Hitler.
And who is Hitler?
Blimey, I'd have thought if anybody knew the old basket, it'd be you.
Do you mean to tell me that we've all gone to the trouble of fetching a damned medieval hypothesis out of hell to tell us what life is all about, and now we have to tell him?
Mr. Beaufry, dearest, Hitler is the man who started the war.
Is he? I thought I had done that. You will find my text in the Gospel according to William Blake, that poet and prophet who walked to the edge of Hampstead Heath and put his finger through the sky. Now, at last, is the dominion of Edom and the return of Adam to paradise. What are you laughing at?
Paradise. Oh, I can't help it. Have a look at your paradise. Hunger and filth and disease and murder.
Have a look at your Bible and don't interrupt my sermon. Sit there in your squalid, drab killer's clothes with your squalid, drab mind and see nothing but your little bodily rough and tumble in your little thief's kitchen of a world. Look up! The real war is beyond and about it. The war between good and evil. A holy war. It is a war not to destroy, but to create. It is like the war between man and woman. If there were no war, God would go to sleep. The kingdom of heaven would wilt and wither. Death would conquer both good and evil, and there would be nothing. It is unbearable that there should be nothing. The war must go on. For what, you ask me, do these forces fight? Their war aims are plain. My Führer fights for the new disorder. For disorder is perpetual movement, and movement is life. The enemy has stated clearly his 10 points from Mount Sinai in a thunderstorm. We must not allow our reverence to stray from one single object. We must not create works of art, nor devote ourselves to them. We must not conceive or propagate any idea about God that is not strictly true. We must do no work on the 7th day of the week. We must respect the family. We must not destroy life. We must be faithful to our first love and desire no other woman. We must not live on another man's efforts. We must not lie about our neighbours. We must want nothing that another man has. And to these are added 2 more powerful commands, spoken quietly on a hot and dusty day. We must love the Holy Spirit with all our strength, and we must love Tom, Dick, and Harry as ourselves. To effect these things is impossible. It is admitted by the teachers that to do them is impossible to man, and man is the cleverest thing we know. But to the Holy Spirit, they say, everything is possible. By its grace, they say, and by forcing the soul through fire and water up to the crucifixion itself, man will achieve the impossible, which will be victory. I, the devil, am fire and water. I hoist the gallows and drive the pike between the ribs. Without an enemy, there can be no victory. Honour me, then, for my part in your triumph. Honour me for the day when you spurn the clouds written with curses, when you stamp the stony laws to dust, loosing the eternal horses from the dens of night.
Rhetoric, rhetoric, rhetoric. The fathers have confuted you hundreds of years back.
So much the worse for them.
You are talking a parcel of old-fashioned dualistic sophistications. You are a Manichaean.
You are a liar.
I do not take issue with you for that word, because you are my own heart, speaking in a dream.
You are better than your neighbours, Mr. McCrimmon. They would say that because a truth was sorrowful or distasteful or inconvenient, it was therefore not a truth. That is why they will not believe what I have come to tell you. That victory may go the other way.
What do you mean?
That the gates of hell may prevail against the armies of the cherubim. That disorder may win the day. If that were not possible, why do you wrestle and pray?
God forbid that it should be so.
God forbade Adam to eat an apple.
What will happen if you win this war?
Man's genius will burst its bonds and leap to meet the sun. The living, glorious animal in you will riot in the fields, and the soul will laugh for joy, naked but not ashamed. Yourself will be triumphant. When I win, man will be an individual. Oh, you may love your neighbour if you like, but all that is highest in you tells him to keep his distance. You don't know him. You will never know him. You are no longer a thing in a herd, crouching against your neighbour's wool to keep you from the cold. My charity embraces both the sheep and the goats. My flags are the pride of the eye and the lust of the flesh. Their other names are art and poetry, and where they wave, the abomination of desolation can never be. I tell you that all you have and all you know is yourself. Honour yourself and set him free. For the soul and the body are one, and their only home is the world, and their only life is the flesh, and their only friend is the devil. Let the wild horses loose.
In nomine Patris Aeternis Filii et Spiritus Sancti, conjuro te Satanas.
Latin, eh? You've gone papist, have you? You don't know your own regiment, my man.
Away with you! Away with you out of my house!
Take care, McCrimmon.
If you are, as I think you are, a bad dream, and the voice of my own heart speaking evil, I will tear you from my breast if I die for it.
Oh, no! Oh, yes, no! He will have you!
I will have the trample of you out by the roots!
Oh, you will have it, will you? Come along, then! Come on, guys! You'll be
Such a like night to be out, and in his slippers too. Well, we'll away to our beds.
But, Auntie Margaret,
we're dreaming all this. And I've a hard day's work before me tomorrow when I wake up. And moreover, when I do wake up, I'd like it to be decent-like in my bed. Away to your bed, Mora, girl.
You're sure now? We're only dreaming.
What else would we be doing, you silly creature?
Well, dear me. Good night then, Mum.
Do you think... But what I mean to say...
Oh, that girl's head is such a mixty-maxty of nonsensicalities. It'll be all the same to her in the morning, dream or no dream.
What will be all the same in the morning? Do you think we're all dreaming? Are you dreaming the same dream as I am, or are you just part of the dream? Is she dreaming too?
I thought you knew enough about the Highlands to know that it is all one whether we are dreaming or not.
But there was a wee minister. You saw him too. Uncle Jock went after him with a knife.
Your uncle never did the like of that in his life. That's why I know fine it's a dream. Don't you fash yourself. As likely as not, your uncle is up in his bed snoring.
Why don't you go upstairs and look?
What difference would that make? Here or there, it's all one in a dream, if a dream it is. And it's gay-like one, I must say. Forbye, I'm going up the stairs this minute. I'm blind with sleep. We can tidy up in the morning, if there's anything to tidy.
I'll wait and see if they come back.
Please yourself.
I don't think I'm dreaming. I'm sure somebody has been here. It was so absolutely real. It's real now. If it's a real man, if Uncle Jock is chasing a real man with a real knife...
Put out the lamp when you come up.
But if it's not a real lamp, what does it matter whether I put it out or not?
It's unlucky to set the house on fire, even in a dream. Good night.
Whiskey.
That's right, Governor. You need it. Do you a world of good, that, eh?
What did you say?
I said it'd do you good.
Do me good, you think? Well.
Cully, what's happened?
He's damned funny.
Do you think we're crackers or Paul?
I don't know what to think.
Where's Beaufry?
He went across the moor like an electric air with his old battle of Nile on his head. His reverence caught up with him on the edge of the cliff. Then he hit him with Cully's jackknife, I thought. Anyways, the Beaufry, I mean, he took a leap like a circus acrobat straight out and down into the sea, 100 blinking feet down in the deep water. We couldn't do nothing about it.
And where he dived, the water boiled like a pot. You saw it.
Oh, no, I won't swear as though I didn't see it. It might have been anything. A squall or something.
The sea was as calm as a mill pond, and the steam rose to the cliff's edge.
Gentlemen, I must ask your forgiveness. It seems that I have forgotten myself. When I was a divinity student, there was a time when I was over-addicted to alcohol. What? It is many years ago. I thought that I had conquered the vice. Indeed, I thought it. But it seems I was overconfident. I have been too confident about too much.
Perhaps you should go to bed now, Uncle.
No doubt you are right. I cannot conceive how it happened. My head is not yet clear, but my legs seem to be doing their duty. I will go to bed. It is the black disgrace of a fellow I am, and me a minister. Stop you, though. Am I right or am I wrong? Was there another person here?
There's only Cully and Conk and me, Uncle Jock.
Me? There was something I wanted to say.
It will do in the morning, Uncle Jock.
I will go to bed.
Need any help, Governor?
No, I thank you. You have been very kind and very forbearing. Good night. Indeed, I am ashamed.
Oh, dear. I wonder, should we have explained?
Explained what? If you can explain, I wish you would.
If you ask me, I think we'd best forget about all this. Unless it's a blooming murder and we're all in it.
I'm damned if I know what it is, but it's not a murder.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure of anything in the whole universe.
I'm a bit frightened.
My God, so am I. You think there are... Gosh, nearly said it.
Said what?
That there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy, Conk.
Do you see the time?
Oh, yes, by Jove.
Only 3 hours to good old wakey. You ain't up a bit, Cully?
No.
Okie doke. Good night, miss.
Night.
Cully's clever. Jean's clever. Chirrup, chirrup, good evening. Only not so damn clever.
I'm still frightened.
May I kiss you now? Would that help?
Oh, no. No. It would make it worse. But thank you all the same.
Good morning, Morag.
Good morning, Miss Jean. It's fresh herrings and breadcrumbs this morning.
Now, isn't that splendid? There's nothing I'd like better. Did you sleep well last night, Morag?
Oh, yes, Miss Jean. I slept like a top all night, thank you very much. Coffee, Mrs. McCrimmon?
Thank you, Morag. For what we're about to receive, the Lord make us truly thankful.
Uncle Mac isn't down yet?
No, he had a disturbed night, your uncle. I wanted him to have his breakfast in bed, but he's coming down. It's a beautiful day.
How do you mean, a disturbed night?
Oh, well, he has the indigestion whiles, and it's an awful thing for not letting us sleep very well.
I didn't sleep too well either.
Did you not know? You shouldn't have got up. We'd have brought you breakfast. Are you sure you're feeling all right?
Oh, yes, fine now. But it was a most peculiar night.
Was it so?
How did you sleep last night?
Oh, very well, I thank you. But nothing puts me up or down from the moment I put my head on the pillow.
I was wondering, Well, I had an eerie dream last night, Aunt Margaret.
Had you, dear? It was a wild night, or maybe it was something you ate.
That's what I said to Morag.
I hope you won't be putting daft ideas into that lassie's head. Oh, it's full enough of daftness already.
All right, Aunt Margaret. I won't. Oh, good morning, Uncle Mac.
Morning, Jean. Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for all these mercies. Sanctify them to our use. Amen. Well, it's a fine day.
Yes, isn't it beautiful?
It's not often you'll see Larach all over the smiles alike of this, Jean. It's a great compliment to our visitor. It can be a wild place, Larach.
Indeed, that is so. I hope you don't object to the herring. There wasn't a single egg this morning. I don't know what came over the hens.
Oh, it would be the storm, maybe.
Now you two will have to excuse me. We're a wee thing late, and I have to check over the linen for the washing before I go down for the message.
Certainly, my dear, certainly. Man is a very curious thing.
Yes, isn't he?
Oh, dear me, I did not think that I would behave like that at this stage of the day. It is a lesson to me.
Oh, it was nothing, Uncle Mac. Nothing, really, at all.
Nothing. That one who should be an example to the flock should give way to strong drink like a beast.
Beasts don't give way to strong drink. But besides, it wasn't your fault.
A bottle of whiskey? Mind you, it's not everybody who could drink a bottle of whiskey and go up to bed as straight as a die. Pre-war whiskey, too.
No, but you didn't drink...
Forby, it is not the first time. Lord forgive me. But, Lord help me, it will be the last. Oh, it comes on me about every 5 years. But never like this time.
How? What happened?
I had a whirling vision that I was disputing with Beelzebub himself in this very room, and racing over the moor with a knife in my hand. And then I found myself leaning against the mantelpiece and finishing off the bottle with the two lads tidying up the room. Oh, I throw the furniture about a wee, or I did when I was that way.
Oh, it was a strange dream.
Never have I had a dream so real. I could see Beelzebub as plain as could be, in that chair, and then uttering blasphemies in my ears as if he were in the pulpit, in my gown and bands. I mind every word I thought he said.
What did he say?
I thought you and Margaret and the lads were here too. He was telling you all to stamp the ancient law into dust and revolt against the armies of the Lord. Very plausible and persuasive he was too. I had an answer for him, but he never heard it. I was that angered I struck him with my dirk and threw him into the firth. It wasn't a bad answer, but I had a better.
What was your answer? I mean, what would it have been?
Of course, this was all a dream, or a delirium. I cannot right say which. But you learn things in these states. It's a kind of a twisted inspiration. I learned one thing.
What was that?
That mankind turns to Almighty God as a nettle turns to the sun. And if the nettle had a fine argufying brain in it, and a spacious command of words, it could do little better, and maybe a good deal worse. We've a thing called faith in us, Jean, and we've no more command over it than we have over our lungs. Mind you, we can develop our lungs, and we can develop our faith. Maybe I've neglected that a bit. I was over-proud of my head. But in the middle of all the talk, it rose up within me and told me to strike the devil dead. In my delirium, mind you. But it was awful like the real thing.
Isn't this a nice surprise? Come in, boys, and have a cup of tea.
Look at him, Lance Bombardier Cully, non-commissioned officer in charge of His Majesty's mails. And the same old gunner in Lance Bombardier stooge to same.
Oh, congratulations, Cully.
Thanks very much. We thought we'd pop in. No good getting a dog's leg if you don't give the skirts a treat, eh?
How are you, Mr. McCrimmon?
I am well, I thank you. Indeed, remarkably well. And you?
Oh, couldn't sleep. Look here, Mr. McCrimmon. It's no use pretending and telling lies. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to any of us. You weren't drunk last night.
Oh, dear me, what a thing to say. As if the minister would be.
What do you mean?
Something happened last night that I don't understand, and we have got to thrash it out somehow.
What, do you mean that the experience that I had last night was shared by the whole of you?
No. The best thing is to forget all about it.
I told you that, Cully. You can't do any good.
No, we've got to get it straight. There must be an explanation. We can't leave things that way. Look, Mr. McCrimmon, do you know anything about mass hypnotism? I know they don't think there's much in it, but you know about the Indian rope trick, don't you? What do you think?
You mean there was really nobody here?
Yes. There must be a natural explanation. I know the other one's wrong.
What other one?
Oh, that I killed a man. I did not kill a man. How I know, I do not know, but I know it. I did not kill a man.
Of course you didn't know.
I'm sure you didn't. It's mass suggestion. Nothing happened. But look at the room. There are no signs of anything happening in this room.
Oh, it is a peaceful room. Everything is natural. Everything obeys the laws of nature. It is the sign of a... let me see. It is the sign of a supernatural event that everything obeys the laws of nature except one thing. No doubt you are right.
The umbrella. It's Beaufry's. Look.
Right. Well, now, isn't that the queer-like thing? And with all this havering, I was forgetting about your cups of tea. It isn't long infused, or have you time to wait for some fresh? Well, it seems you had a kind of a stramash with the devil after all. You're not the first good and godly man who did the like of that. Maybe you didn't kill him, but I'm sure you'd give him a sore dunt. And you're none the worse yourself. Will you be having another cup of tea, dear? No. You're looking quite white and pilly-wally, and no wonder, dear me.
I have nowhere seen such great faith. No, not in Israel.
Drink your tea. Oh, well, dear me, a walking umbrella's nothing to the queer things that happen in the Bible. Whirling fiery wheels and all these big beasts with the 3 heads and horns. It's very lucky we are that it was no worse. Now, drink up your tea.
In Mr. Balfrey, the part of Cully was played by Richard Greenwood, Cohen by Ian Sexton, and Jean by Vari Sylvester. Morag was played by Kate Kearney, Mr. McCrimmon by Bill Riddoch, and Mrs. McCrimmon by Alexis Daly. Mr. Balfrey was played by Alec Heggie. Mr. Balfrey was written by James Bridie, adapted for radio by Donald Campbell, and directed in our Edinburgh studios by Hamish Wilson.